Oh, calm down. Your cooking skills are crazy.
Why am I not surprised that Soko would have that emote? It literally
that...
published today.
Oh, I see. I was about to say, is that a new emote?
Yes,
That's crazy.
that's literally what was announced in the launcher. But I mean, again, Soko, like we were talking about it before we went live. Soko is the grandma cook, so you know, grandmas need to cook really well. That's the rule.
They do. Soko takes care of us.
Yes.
Oh my god. Okay, but yeah, we are back. If I remember correctly, Kuro also. Hello.
Hello. And the duck went in front of me.
Nice. But I was just going over what we were getting up to, and I think for the last edition or our last stream for Final Fantasy in the story, it felt a little bit like conclusive. Like it felt like a bit of an end to a story arc. We had a lot to say, and it wasn't a satisfying ending to a very brief story arc regarding the Warriors of Darkness.
If you want us to hear us rant about the story, then make sure to check out the VOD of last stream.
Yeah, you can check out our rant in our VODs. Mine is highlighted. I'm sure Kuro's is on YouTube and Twitch as well. So if you want to hear us rant for like an hour about what just happened in the story and how unhappy we are, you can do so there.
The thing is, like that's just this is the thing about this channel. In case you are new here. Every time there's like a bigger cinematic, I sit down, light runs in circles, and we just talk about the cinematic for half an hour.
Yeah. So that just happened. Basically, we just convened the entire group, like the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, and we kind of like had a moment where it's like, what are we doing? And everyone's like, we don't really know. And we kind of have some goals a little bit. It's like everyone said that they're kind of doing their own thing a little bit, kind of. And it feels like we're going to Little Alamigo. That feels like the next kind of place for us. But it feels really weird. It feels what feels really weird and uneasy for me is that it feels like there should be a lot happening in Little Alamigo, right? Like it feels like whatever's happening there is important. We reference it a lot throughout the course of the story, but we're also nearing the end of the expansion, and I don't know how much more time there is to explore that when Stormblood is about to start. And I think you mentioned it before. Stormblood is meant to be like in a different continent or just a different region, and like I don't know if we have time for Little Alamigo.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling as well. Like because basically it felt like we cut this story short to just go into the expansion in a way. But if we're doing another thing before the expansion, then I don't know. Honestly, don't know. I don't know how they're gonna, like, either they're gonna squeeze it in and maybe it won't be like very detailed, or they're gonna like make it connect to the next expansion. I don't know. Maybe that's why we're switching, because it's supposed to connect to the next expansion somehow.
Yeah, and I think we settled on the idea that maybe it's gonna be similar to this one, where like as we were questing in Ishgard, like every now and then it'd be like, oh, remember like Thanalan, and remember like the Sultana and everything that happened there, and then we just go back and forth. Where that could be the case for Stormblood, which would be a negative thing, just because that was very jarring and very out of place.
That was one of our biggest complaints about Heavensward, basically.
Yeah, was going back to wrap up like and retcon or try to fix things up with what happened with like Thanalan and all that stuff, and Rauban. So so I feel a little bit uneasy coming into this next page in the story.
Are you energized for today's episode?
Do you mean?
Because if not, then I have a great warm up for you. Rauban's voice. I'm just gonna say 2 words, and there you go.
No. Okay.
For those who don't know, Light hates it. Hates the new one.
I really don't like it. But before that, before we jump into that, Selka, are you free at the moment? Would you like to join us? Because if you remember, last time we also got a quest from the Bard.
Yeah,
I say we got a
true.
quest. We unlocked a duty from the Bard. No quest, but we unlocked a duty, and we unlocked
Yeah, the minstrel stuff.
Yeah, the minstrel song for Haradrim? No,
Haradrim.
Yes, for the Haradrim.
Haradrim. Oh my god. How's that?
Nidhogg's Rage. That's it.
Nidhogg, yeah. Nidhogg.
That's it.
Haradrim. Oh my god.
I was thinking of Thordan. That guy. Yeah. Thordan. We already did that one. Obviously, we're not gonna do it synced. We're gonna do it unsynced.
Are you gonna do it on your newly maxed 100 level archer / bird?
True. I mean, I have no gear, but sure. So Sokka,
responded in the chat.
Okay.
Yeah, I have 3 different chats open. I have my Twitch chat, my YouTube chat, and Light's Twitch chat. And I'm reading all.
Is there any new flavor text? Hold on. Scarcely had Nidhogg fallen on the steps of the faith when taverns across Erosia began to rumble with the rumors of your victory. In one such establishment, did you regale a certain story-starved bard with the true details of your accomplishment, a humble account that he soon expanded into a flowery ballad of heroic proportions. Even as the lilting notes fade away, your mind is carried off by recollections of a monstrous foe, writ considerably more terrifying by the wandering minstrel's exaggerated poetry. I like this idea, this like in-game lore reason for like a harder version of a fight is that it is just a fantasy. It's just
it's just a story,
an exaggerated version, like tale that's being spread around. Like it's a nice like lore like reason for it.
Yeah, it's better than like, oh, they brought another primal.
Yeah, it's better than a Realm Reborn, where it's for a lot of the primal fights, where it's like, but which also makes sense to be fair, where it's like, oh,
it
like
makes sense, but also
the beast tribes just summed it again, just stronger.
Yeah, but the thing is that like when they say that, like it kind of cheapens the event, because the first time you see the primal, it's like, oh my god, they are summoning a primal, we have to stop this, and it's like, they did it again, you know?
Yeah.
Just go clean up. Like it kind of loses its like all its like grandeur.
For sure. Makes it happen. It makes it sound like they summon a new primal like every weekend.
Yeah,
like,
basically.
Okay.
It's like the weekend activity. Also, I'm happy to report that I can actually play now. Well, I'm gonna play the intro. I like. But yeah, I can actually execute actions now. I'm very proud of that, because it took me like solid 2-3 weeks to de-rust after not playing for like a year. And now I finally know what I'm doing.
Watching a cinematic.
Yeah. Ah, the music.
God.
I don't remember
the music's
anything.
nice. It's very nice.
Look at Sokka's portrait. So cute. Oh, maybe I shouldn't just take them on. I forgot that I'm the only one not at 100.
You'll be fine.
Come.
You'll be fine.
I'm not fine. Repeat, I'm not fine. No, that's
They're
what
red.
needs her go. Okay, I'm not watching the entire cutscene.
Nah, I'm watching it.
What is that? Oh, it's a sword. You can have that.
This is item level 235. It's interesting. I need to command soccer.
Can you command in small parties? Like in incomplete
No.
parties? Yeah.
So I'm saying, you need to be able to command soccer. There's a glowy version of these weapons called the Seething Horde. They're pretty awesome. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised that these versions weren't glowing.
Soko is having a picnic.
Soccer has the bento box open.
Yeah, of course. Grandma is ready.
Oh my god. There's like sandwiches. And like tempura. There's like little knives and forks inside. It's beautiful.
Yes, it's a nice box.
Seething Horde.
It's seeing, not
Hold
seeing,
on.
by the way.
Right, seeing. Hold on. Why are the glowy versions a lower item level than the regular versions?
Look. It's all cosmetics, really. Like, you just use it to glamour.
Yeah, but still, that like, what's going on here? What's happening? But nice.
Good, we got a Nito card.
Wait, I think you got the Nito card.
And I got the Nito card. I didn't have Nito card before.
Oh, I got a totem. I think that
Yes.
means that there might be a mount there.
I think so.
Mm,
I know that I don't know the amount, but like there are some stuff you can collect. There's this totem, there's the hive totem, right? From Ravana.
No, yeah, but that's for a different. Yeah, something different. Okay, okay, let's progress the story. It's out here.
Okay, that's me again.
Maybe I should reinstall the game again. I remember griefing my healers and I was maining Gunbreaker in an extreme trial. Oh no.
Ah. Like, we respect our healers here because it's mostly Soko.
It's up to you, like, I mean, as you mentioned, like if
Yeah.
raiding is something that you're really is something that you prioritize and you won't be able to raid, then that might be a reason not to reinstall. But if you just want to play out the story, especially with a new expansion, then yeah, it could be worth it. I think they're upstairs. Maybe.
No, they're downstairs. It shows on the minimap.
Yeah, it shows when it's up and down with the arrow. Oh, there it is.
Oh, okay.
Wait.
Ready? I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments.
Alright, she's making us new clothes.
Oh boy.
Ah.
They're all
They're gonna
staring
take
at us, oh no.
They're gonna take our measurements.
Right? Everyone, ready to go to work?
Ah, no.
No screaming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes.
Oh, no.
That sounds so evil, oh my god. I'm not laughing. She's even giggling. Yeah. The heck? Are we just like beaten up on the floor? There! All finished! The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. You could have just asked.
I would not be opposed to them doing this every expansion. Just make like a running
Beating
gag
you
out of
up?
it. No, like where that was like, oh, it's time. It's time to take your measurements again. And you're like, I really have not grown at all since,
Like,
since the
no,
last time
you
you did
clearly have more
we need-
muscles since all of your
we
battles.
You need more measurements. Ah.
It's like, she could have just asked. Like, we didn't have to
Nah.
be dragged here by force. Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Mielikka. All in good time. Aha! Found you! Alfino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seems to think it was very important.
We were literally just there.
Exactly. Literally, we're just dragged out so we can go back in. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
Nope. Voice acting, let's go.
Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her!
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich, and encourage him to send an envoy. Tataru, Krile, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied. And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Hello?
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 I saw your chat talking about the fiber link pearl. I see we're back on that.
As soon as she stumbled in and she's like, oh, I traveled through like enemy lines and all this terrain to get here, and it's like, you could have just called her on the link like once.
I mean,
like, what's going on? Like, what's happening?
I mean, you say about like maybe they don't have link, like they're afraid that like the message will be like captured or something.
If that's true, they should say that. They need to establish that, because these are things that we are making up ourselves to make it make sense in our heads. Like, maybe because like they're in conflict, and maybe there's like some like link pearl jammers going on from the Imperial, or maybe they're like tracking communications like via radio waves or whatever the hell they're doing. Like, that's fine.
Let me
just
rephrase
like
that.
say it.
I don't think we're getting much news from Alamigo proper, period, and there may be a reason for that.
No, I don't know about that one.
I mean, there may not be. There may be just that they forgot the link pairs exist again.
Yes,
but
yes.
I'm just saying that we haven't been getting news from Alamigo proper.
I like the theory of the link pearl service providers in Little Alamigo. They don't have a lot of really good coverage, and they're very expensive for what little they do as well. So it's just not worth it. So a lot of people there, they just can't use them.
The signal is just not strong enough to
It's
reach
not.
anyone.
It's not. It's really not. Yeah, it's just really bad coverage. It's really bad.
Yeah. I mean, it's probably like the city or whatever nation has been attacked, so maybe like a few towers like collapse, so like there's no like
Yeah.
connection.
Exactly. Feels Australia, man.
Oh, also since that we're also on OC. Just so you know. We're on both. We just started on this one because like Americas is generally like more international, right? Like that's the best middle ground.
We started playing Final Fantasy before
True.
the OC servers were made.
True.
So the OC servers were introduced a couple of years ago, but we started playing before that. So
True.
our only option was either play on Primal or play like on like EU or Japan. Because I'm from Australia and Kuro's from Europe, Primal made the most sense. On
Yeah.
top of that, also because we had friends here on this server.
Yeah,
as well.
because Soko was already here.
Yeah.
And Soko introduced us to everything. That's why Soko is our grandma.
We do also have characters on OCE, but we don't really play on it much.
Yeah.
They're just there.
Yeah, like we were planning to, but it's too much.
Yeah.
I mean, I used my OC character to like record the seasonal events like off stream, without the commentary. So that's the purpose of the characters there.
You're stuck on Behemoth. Oh, you're on our data center.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. So the beginning of the cutscene was really weird to me. I don't know if you had a similar feeling, where Alfie wants to convene everyone. He has something urgent to talk about, and he's like, "We need to elect a new Minfilia." It's like, why?
Yeah,
What?
that
What's
was
like?
so-
It was just really. Yeah.
I don't feel like it's important enough to call a meeting, especially so soon. We're like, okay, so this is what we're gonna do. This is the task we do, and they did it. And you know what? Actually, this was a bad idea. Back to my meeting.
Yeah, it was just really
Alfie,
weird because, like the conversation went anyway. Like I felt like the role of like someone being a little bit more political or making decisions for the group and stuff was already Alfino by default.
Yeah,
I
like
think
he
it
was already
something
doing that.
Yeah, like it was like an unwritten kind of like role for him. That was already what he was doing. So it was kind of weird that he wanted to like make it official, and then he said that he didn't want to. So it's like we actually don't have anyone. Like what are you talking about right now?
I mean,
like what are you saying?
Okay, let me go back to it. I understand that he would be insecure about it because of the crystal brace. I don't feel like it was important enough to call a meeting about it, and so soon too, when we have more pressing matters to attend to.
Yeah, especially because like what happened with the Crystal Braves. I mean, that was meant to be the point of the expansion, is him kind of regaining his confidence and growing as a character, and once again taking a leadership position, despite like his failings earlier. Because a lot of what happened with the Crystal Braves was what happened in A Realm Reborn. Like he's meant to have grown as a character anyway, and be better fit for that role now after everything that's happened.
But even if he's not, like, even if we still suspect, like, oh, like he doesn't feel confident in the role because of what happened earlier, like, have someone help him essentially. Like later, we like later a scene later, we have Ishtola just like dividing tasks between people. Like we could have solved this entire thing, but like, hey, Ishtola is gonna help you. Like she's gonna be like your right hand or something.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah. So it was just
like
it was just a weird. It was just a weird meeting.
You know what it was? You know what it was? This was a meeting that could have been an email.
It could have. You know what? Hold on. You know what it could have been? It could have been a link pearl message, okay? Because we know that you don't just use link pearls to call each other. You can actually message each other on link pearls as well. Okay, so unironically, there could have been like a nice link pearl email. You CC everyone in the FC, like in the group, and there you go. Like do we need to meet up for this? What's happening?
No, this was a meeting that could have been an email, literally.
God damn it!
But yeah, it was like I feel like the reason, like the biggest reason why it feels so weird is not just like the topic of it, but just because it happened right after we had the task already divided. Like if it happened like, you know, like 2 weeks later, they're like, you know what, maybe there should be a leader, then sure, you can get away with that. But because it was like, you know, literally they left the room and they're like, no, go back in. Like that was weird.
For sure.
Also,
For sure.
yeah, what do you want to say?
I was gonna move on. So if you had
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what do you think about this storyline? Let's put it that way, because we don't know if it's gonna tie into the expansion or not. What do you think about this storyline being narrated by Papalemo, essentially?
When it comes to the storyline itself, I actually find it intriguing. I like the story, the idea that's okay. So what's happening with little Alamigo? Well, right now it looks like they want to try to stoke and try to force the Aeorzean Alliance into a conflict with the Empire to benefit themselves, right? So that they can like gain value there. They can free themselves and they can like try to force some escalation. Like I like that, and I like it especially because it brings us back to Eorzea, right? Like because if you remember, we spent a lot of time in Ishgard, like that was obviously the main part of it. So it's nice to come back here, and obviously there's still stuff going on with the Empire as well, and like
we don't really move on to another like part of the war just immediately. Like we don't just jump wards constantly. Like we actually like live in this place.
Well, yeah, because there was shit going on here. There still is, especially because at the end of A Realm Reborn, if you remember, we didn't like defeat the Empire. They backed off because they lost like their legion.
They like regrouped essentially.
Yeah. If you remember, there's a lot of stuff that happened. Remember, like there was like this weird assassination that happened, like in the Empire that we got to see, and there was almost like a coup that was happening.
There was literally a coup. There was like a new emperor, like all kinds of stuff was happening.
Yeah, it's like remember all this stuff that was happening and didn't lead to anything because we just left. It's like what was all this set up for? But it's fine, right? Because like again, like we were scattered. We went to Ishgard, and now we can come back, and now we can go back to that story. But that's also why I feel really weird about it, because I'm interested. I want to follow this storyline, but I also know that like Stormblood is like a patch away, or it feels like it's like a patch or two away. Like it feels like we don't have much time, and I feel like this story deserves time. I feel like it deserves like a proper proper attention.
I mean, doubly so. Like firstly from the world building perspective, and secondly because it seems like there's something more personal about the characters going on as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because we spoke about this before. The last expansion, the Heavensward, it was mainly focused on the main character, on Alphino, on Tataru, like a little bit of Thancred, like towards the end, I guess, a little bit of Ishtola. But because we haven't spent a lot of time with Papalino and Ida, it feels like there's a lot going on there, and I feel like they deserve their own expansion now. Like if we spend time with half of the group, now we should spend time with the other half. And I'm not going to be satisfied if if our time spent with them now is just going to be the post patch, and we don't actually spend the next.
Yeah, I mean that's kind of what happened with Orianger, right?
Yes, that's true. Don't get me started.
The entire like character development was
true.
That.
Just all post patch. Like what? Like what just happened? Like it? Yeah. And they just like they had the one line where it's like, oh no, yeah, he's just back in the Waking Sands. Don't worry about it. We were just
he's fine. Everything is back to normal.
God damn it. So I'm really concerned about what these next couple of quests. I'm concerned that they're also going to be very unsatisfying. I hope they tell a good story. I hope they lead into the next expansion well, and I hope that they don't leave us wanting. But we'll see. Like I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. But yeah, what do you think the deal between Papalemo and Ida is?
Well, that's the other thing that really annoyed me is we spoke about it last time, where Papalemo, he's like, for whatever reason, he's just like being quiet. Like he's just not talking. He's not speaking up. Like things are like concerning him a little bit, like here and there. And like he's just keeping everything to himself. And it's
I found it funny when you think about it. I found it funny where Ishtola was dividing tasks and she didn't send Papalemo and Ida to Gridania when that was their region originally. Remember, like originally in Realm Reborn, they were representatives for Gridania. And And she said Alfino instead. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. It's weird, and obviously, like again, we're gonna be focusing on probably in Ida, but like, yeah, they just need to talk. Just need to figure out the fuck's going on. Okay, just need to sit down and talk, and then we can continue. But yeah, like the narration from Papa Limo, like again, as I said, like it's necessary because we literally have not. It's been years since we've spent time with them, so like they need their moment, but they need more than like these couple of quests. I feel, and I hope they do. I hope next expansion is just like them. It's just them. That's it. And maybe Alisaie, maybe because she's also like got nothing going for her right now.
We'll see.
We'll see. Well, yeah, we'll see.
We'll see.
Remember how Thancred, remember he can't use any magic? Remember that?
Yeah, remember how he can use any magic, but they still send him to Ul'dah, which is like, 50 kilometers away. So he will be there by next week.
He will. And no one's talked about it. No one's addressed it.
No.
Are we not going to talk about it?
No.
We're not going to just...
No.
Okay.
It's only going to be a running joke when he's always late.
Okay.
But seriously, out of all the people, Y'shtola is the one who knows, so she should have sent Thancred away. God damn it.
Catching up. I sold them to Primal, which I'm also playing on from EU, so none of us actually where we're supposed to be. True, Sokka, true. None of us are where we should be. Not wrong.
I mean, I do have an EU character, but I don't play it as much, obviously.
Right,
I will say though, PvP on EU feels pretty good with actual ping. Who are we talking to?
Papalim.
Okay.
After conferring with Y'shtola, we have decided to focus our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs.
I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Tatar will take good care of her.
Should we talk to other people?
Flamin, does Flamin have anything to say? Oh, she does. Tatar and Kryl took the resistance fighter to more private chambers, that she might recuperate in peace. The poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she? Oh, yes, we need another episode of the drama.
Yes, the drama. Even when casting the same incantation, the mastery of each practitioner greatly affects the efficacy of the spell. A principle that was aptly demonstrated to our two young mages here. Okay, Clemens.
We have some training in the healing arts, so we shall take turns with Mistress Kryl in caring for her patient. Oker in particular seems rather eager to learn from the experience.
Oh, does he like Kryl?
No, I think that those are the people who go on double date, whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, I know what I said. Mistress Kryl and Archon Y'shtola are truly exceptional healers, and 'twas an honor to witness their ministrations firsthand. If only I could tend to my brother's battle hurts with such proficiency. I have much study yet ahead of me. They have new outfits though, right?
No.
Like the green robes?
No.
Are they not new?
No.
Oh, okay, never mind. Homie. Speak to Homie.
Who's next?
Homie. I wonder what Isildur would have to say about our wounded visitor. His own injuries yet keep him abed, and I miss savoring a cup of tea alongside his usual observations.
Oh, poor Isildur. That's definitely his name.
Aenor.
We were all surprised by our sudden visitor, but Hori was able to gauge the situation at a glance. He realized the Mikote posed no immediate threat and permitted her to enter. But that didn't mean he wasn't alert for some manner of trap. Ah yes, mayhap the elder is the finer man after all. Oh, because she's into both brothers. Oh.
She can't decide. I believe she said her name was Minago? Her calls appeared to have been genuine, but I must confess to feeling no small degree of trepidation, even as I stepped aside.
Okay.
So thank you for the follow, Sinista. Sinista. Thank you. Alright, where are we going?
Outside.
We're going to Ishgard.
What do you think about us being the messengers to Ishgard?
That's fine. It makes sense. We spent the most time there. We
Yeah.
have the greater connection with them. It makes sense.
It's cute.
But yeah, I feel like now is, especially because we spent a lot of time in Ishgard, now is not the time. I mean, it's too late now. But now is not the time for us to go to another continent. Like, now is the time to focus on Edosia again and focus on the Empire. I feel like now is just, it's really good for that, just to tie everything back together. But we'll see. We'll see.
Sokka, where is he?
We're going to the congregation.
Ah, okay. Where is that?
God damn it! It's outside the tavern. Go to the lonely bard or whatever it's called. The Forgotten Night. That one.
No, guy.
Okay. To Lucia.
Greetings, warrior of light. What business brings you to Ishgard? I see. Wait here. I will summon Sir Aymeric.
Ah, it's good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. That was not the time.
Look.
But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threats, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handelo that he is to lead in your absence.
Yes, Lord Commander.
Light, pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment, and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury, speed you on your way. Is it gonna be one of the brothers?
Yes! No, that would be good. If they send the
It
older
would.
brother, that would be actually good.
Yeah.
Artoriel would be good at that.
Yes, the older brother would be fitting, not the younger one.
No, send the younger
it's not
one
that.
to crash the party and destroy everything.
No. Okay, Lucia. Lucia seems eager to set forth for Gridania.
If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gate of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives.
Thank you for sweeping up, Sokka.
Yes. Streets will be clean.
I like the idea of Sokka like sweeping an area, then sweeping another, and by the time Sokka turns around, there's snow. like already
Yes.
covering the area that was.
That should be in comics. That's so cute. Okay, now where are the gates of judgment?
At the entrance. The entrance to the city. Just go to the main Aetherites and then walk down.
You need to blame the topography of this place.
I'm gonna help Sokka. There's just snow everywhere.
Yeah. You know, you don't really use a broom to get the snow out, but sure.
I mean, I have no other choice. Ah. Okay. Oh.
So who is it? Who's that?
They're just wishing us good luck playing through the MSQ.
That's Sinista, maybe? Question mark?
Is that Sinista? Maybe. I don't know.
Because they are a traveler, so they're not from this place.
They are. Alright, Lucia.
Oh, shit. I cancelled. You are perhaps wondering who will represent Ishgard at the council. As this is a military matter, I should not be surprised if Sir Aymeric nominated himself. He is yet Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, after all. I mean, that would make sense.
Nah, give us the brother.
That would be more interesting, wouldn't it?
Yeah. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy.
I mean, you're the leader.
Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military corporation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's book of statutes. Statuties.
Is that how you say that?
Statutes. Yeah, okay. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border.
You're
Also,
actually
the other thing
being
I
an
noticed
escort.
was the
What?
the other thing I noticed as well,
Huh?
is the Alamegan was British as well.
They're all British. Literally
I'm
all
waiting-
of them are British.
But she had a distinct, strong British accent. I will point out whenever we do not get a British accent.
That's
That'll
not
be the day.
happening.
Maybe in a couple of
On April
expansions.
Fools, on April Fools, there will be a non-British voice actor.
Ah, no. Okay, Lucia.
I am glad that Sir Aymeric's counterpart saw the wisdom in his coming. Few, if any, in Ishgard can claim to possess his expertise in both politics and warfare.
The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Light? You may see a familiar face. Ah.
Oh my god.
Ah. I mean, we got one of the brothers, I guess.
I mean, I thought he was gonna stay at in the sky.
Yeah. Lights, old boy. How wonderful to see you. And Sir Amric, too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you'll excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honore. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will.
Yes, Lord Commander.
So, is Elaine leading the forces here? Is this garrison doomed? Oh no.
Look, this is our defense.
Isek. Honore will look after him. It's fine.
Yeah, it will be actually Honore leading the way.
Yes. Exactly. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an Imperial. And thus, we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Fansel and the Observatorium. I see they have everything in hand, Honore. Carry on, Commander.
I'm glad this squeezed in his name there.
Yeah, that
accurate.
needed to be added. Yeah. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm. You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet, we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honore's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. I'll to Gridania with you. Yeah, you're in good hands, Elaine.
Yeah, Honore will do it.
He'll take care of you. He'll look after the key.
I trust the kid more than you.
That was nice.
Yeah, that was nice. And again, he was supposed to, I was gonna say, contribute to the military effort, but I just thought he was gonna stay at Cloudtop.
We're going to Gridania. Speak to the guard first, I guess.
Oh, thank you.
I bid welcome to our visitors from Mishgard. Lucia.
It seems so peaceful. One would scarce believe that Belisar's wall, the enraged Alamigo, lie but a few short months away.
Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. New dialogue? Nope. We get some food, though.
Ah, so much
Sir
food.
Amric is ready to attend the council. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. Pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? I feel like we'd be one of the first. I feel like Ishgard's the closest to Gridania. Right?
Yes, Ishgard is the closest, and also I would like to remind you, Frankhead is still like the third of the way through.
He probably still hasn't gotten. Probably hasn't told them yet. Probably.
No, he's not
Probably
reached
still-
Ul'dah yet.
Yeah.
He's not even halfway through.
Ah, no. That's you.
The envoy from Ishgard is arrived. Very good. This way, if you... Ah, and the Lomisa party as well. I forgot about Yugiri.
Why is she with?
I don't know. I don't know why she's
Okay.
there.
Okay.
I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Aymeric.
Admiral, always a pleasure.
And Mielikka, I trust you are well. It's a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Mielikka, I was glad to hear from Ryol that the missing scions have now been found. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift, and there is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
Ah.
What's up?
What are your thoughts?
I agree with Alfino. That's what I say. I agree with Alfino. We're like, okay, so we brought this information to you guys, so you make sure that you are ready in case we need to defend, you know? Just make sure that your borders are safe. Oh, we have Shinobi. We can send Shinobi to maybe get more information. That would be good. And then then Rauban walks in. We're making ready for war. I'm like, shit.
Well, like that's why what really bothered me is when they asked like, hey, is this like reliable information? And then Alfino's like, yes, we
definitely
are like 100%
this person
certain.
I just made. I made.
It's like what? And the only issue that I have is that I feel like, and this is probably like gonna happen like tangentially anyway, but it would have made more sense if like we have this going on at the same time we like sent Papalimo and Ishtola to figure out what's going on because they have closer ties with the like Alamigan resistance, and then we follow them as well and we figure out what's happening, right? Because of like obviously like we know because we've seen other cinematics that like there's like other stuff happening here, but like it'd be nice if we were involved as well when it comes to just figuring out like what's happening and like
I mean,
like the purpose of the actions of those.
Yes, but also I feel like what bothers me the most about this specific scene in regards to that is when we get an information from one person that one of our members knows from way past, we don't know how many years ago, which again, things might have changed over the years. We trust this person blindly, and we have Lady Yugiri standing like this, like, guys, my people are ready. Guys, if you want any others, my people are ready. And like we have literal information network, and instead of like people being like, you know what, we should send a shinobi and like verify this information or maybe like see what the movements are or something, but no, we just make it ready for war. It's like okay.
But the other thing for me that I said before that I still stand by, especially after this, is like I like the idea of okay, now that we're done with like Heavensward, okay, now like Sir Amik and Ishgar, they're like, you know, they've been brought to the table and now they're like becoming a part of the alliance. You have the Doman people becoming a part of the alliance. Like this feels pretty important. Like this feels like a very like a momentous occasion. And it's really cool hearing the idea of like, okay, now like the unified Edozian front is now stronger than before. Can maybe pose a bigger threat to the Empire as well. And it feels it feels weird to have these events happen in like a post-patch quest line.
Yeah,
like
it's not even the main quest.
Yeah, like this feels important, and it feels like
Mhm.
it's just not giving it's not being given the attention it deserves. So that feeling just looms over this, like throughout all of it. Just weird. It's just weird. But yeah. Anyway, Afghan. That the council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good you have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sorry, Rick.
He's so small.
He's tiny.
You don't see that because our characters are not very tall. Like then another Ellison comes up, it's like, oh, he's so tiny.
Can you say the line I accidentally clicked?
Master Alfino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alize, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption, I had hoped to thank Mielikka for serving as our escort before other duties called her away.
I also wish to thank our Doman ally.
Nice.
Just
Very
hiding
sneaky.
behind the tree.
Very sneaky. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows.
No apologies are necessary, Mistress Yukiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture.
I only did my duty, Sir Aymeric. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side.
And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard.
What is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything?
That is how we adults speak, dear sister.
We adults, Alfie. Oh, okay. Okay, I see.
She's like, I'll have you know you were only born like 1 minute before
No,
me.
actually, she was born first. I'm calling that headcanon now. She was born first.
No.
Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well.
Then something out, I'm glad we agreed that we don't like the sound of your voice. And it's like, it's
Ah, shit.
the banter.
And then, like Asu Yugi just stand there, the twins just start fighting in the middle of everything.
Oh, God.
I'll have you know, I still have that drawing you sent. Because Alisa is one to tell stories about Alfino. So she would just yell the most awkward things in public to get him embarrassed. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri?
Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalimo and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what has been going on at the Belsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones, anon. I feel like we should go as well, just saying.
Nah.
Sure.
Just let him go on his own so he can get kidnapped or whatever.
Also, a nice way to wrap this up and to tie this up a little bit further, and I don't know if they're ever going to bring it back. They should. I don't know if they will because it's side content, but I like I would have preferred the idea of we have Sir Aymeric for Ishgard, we have Yugiri for the Durban people, and then the Beast Tribes specifically the Realm
They're not
Reborn
doing
beast
that.
tribes.
Yeah, they're not doing that.
Yeah, but they should. Like that'd be so much better here to
feel
kind of like go full circle when it comes to unifying the people here
see,
to fight against the Empire.
The thing is, that would be amazing, but they would actually need to write this well. How do I put it? Because no, the problem is they made beast tribes completely optional. So technically, like the leaders do not even know that these beast tribes exist, or if they know they exist, they don't know anything about them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean.
Basically,
like, that's the
basically, in a sense, they are racist. Because
Except
everybody
for, like,
just
the
hates
sylphs,
them.
Obviously, like the
sylphs.
sylphs.
Yeah, the sylphs are an exception.
Yeah, but just because they were a part of the main story, and then the quest line is like additional on top of that. So again, and they did make reference to talking to the sylphs.
I guess technically Moguls also count, right? I mean, they are a beast tribe.
I wasn't even. Yeah. They're not gonna do anything.
No, they're not.
Like, eat food.
But they are technically beast tribe.
Sure. But yeah, like that's why like it's a shame that a lot of that is side content. And it would have been better if some of it, just like with the sylphs, if some of it was incorporated into the main storyline, so that it would be more seamless to have the XIV help out. And again, like it's not even like they need to like have like an army to fight or anything, but no, like they can like just provide like airships, right?
Yeah.
They provide like weaponry or something.
Provide airships and like not even provide airships, like, because remember that what Sezul was doing, he was taking like the airship for like test rides and stuff. So maybe he can just like give information, like just observe the border from the ship.
Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't have to be like a big thing, but like they can help in their own way. Same with like the Sahagin and everything else. Like it all, and
I would like to remind you.
It all can.
Okay, here's spoilers for people who have not completed the AR Beast Tribes. But at the very end of once you complete all the Beast Tribe quests for the Realm Reborn Beast Tribe, I realized I said the wrong shard, the wrong abbreviation. You actually have a common quest for all the beast tribes, and all the beast tribes work together.
Yeah, they all work together, which is like a nice way to like wrap them up. But like, it would be better if they also get incorporated here as well.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that like, because I was like, they are like isolated communities. Maybe they don't want to interact. But the thing is, they did interact. They did have a common goal, and they did like work together. So
yeah. And because of that, it is going to be a really big shame if, because I don't think it's going to happen this patch, but in a future expansion, it is going to be a shame if we enter kind of a state in the story where you do have like Edosia like actually having a proper war once again with the Empire, because that has to happen at some point in the story again. Just because like in some way there has to be a conflict. It would be a massive missed opportunity and be a negative thing if they don't call back to the beast tribes then as well. Again, it is side content, but especially like a couple of expansions from now, like in Endwalker or Shadowbringers or whatever the hell, like or Dawn Trail or whatever the hell they have that conflict, like it I feel like it's necessary to have them involved at that point, that many years later. Especially because didn't they do that with I mean, it's spoilers, we don't know the specifics, but like Rahatia eventually comes back. Wasn't like the Crystal Tower also side content? Am I crazy?
And with Crystal Tower, I believe what happened with Crystal Tower was that originally it was side content, but later on they made it obligatory.
Okay.
That's how I understand. I think that's what I was told, that like originally it was like side content, but like later on they made it obligatory.
Yeah.
It's like a post-patch thing.
And I'm not talking about like the beast tribes of like Ishgard and stuff, but specifically the beast tribes of like the Edosian region of Realm Reborn. Like that has more significance here, and it would be important.
That's all. For those who may be new here, for those specifically who don't follow our Discord, I am a big fan of Sezul. Okay.
Sezul.
I love Sezul. He's my favorite. That's why I have that title on my character. Because I love Sezul. He's like a big brother. Or like an uncle. Yeah, he's like a good uncle. I'll call him an uncle. Yeah, that's a good comparison, because he's like the kind of person who like has this like quirky things about him, but like he will protect you, you know, kind of thing. That's accurate.
Okay, Yukiri and Alisair.
So I have you noticed how Alice doesn't call Yugiri Lady Yukiri? That was very intentional as well.
Yukiri.
Oh, hello. Even now, I am astonished by how closely Mistress Alisair resembles Master Alphino. Their very mannerisms are alike. From a distance, I should be hard-pressed to tell one from the other. Until they open their mouths, of course. That's why they have different clothes now. Welcome back, Mielikka. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that all of the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak out? I doubt it will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. What's this?
Oh,
Eggnog?
they have scrambled eggs.
Ooh, scrambled eggs.
Oh, they have carbonara.
Ooh.
Ah.
No, I'm getting the scrambled eggs. Yes.
Okay. Oh, we ranked up. Wait, what? I thought we were max rank.
Maybe
There's
not.
still more FC ranks?
Wait, was it FC rank or what rank was it?
Yeah, your free company attains rank 17. Did you not get a big like thing?
Yeah. I see it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, rank 17. Quiet. What did we get? Nothing. Good. Next action expansion is at 18 and then 20. 20 is max rank now.
What's at 18?
Action expansion.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to activate the actions, by the way? Because I haven't done that for a while.
No, that's fine. Okay, we get it. It's same thing. Nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
Alisei seems eager to discuss the council's decision with the other scions. Another brick, orchestrion role. Griffin on the wall. Okay.
Well, as much as I enjoyed the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long.
Certainly. Oh no. Alphino got shot while he was in the
he got stabbed from the other side this time. Because that definitely didn't happen before.
No.
No, but seriously, we should have like accompanied him. Ah, you are returned from the council. But what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention?
Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long.
Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru is keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition.
Do you think there's like payphone link pearls like in each city?
I mean,
there's like
it doesn't sound very hygienic, does it? Because you keep it in your ear.
You just clean it with alcohol.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
But where would you keep it? Because
like,
it's very small. Like, wouldn't somebody use
just
it?
create like a phone booth, like a link booth.
And no, that's where you put the big purse. It's just like the glass bowl.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Like a crystal bowl.
Like bigger pearls do exist, so if they enchant just a bigger pearl that like fits like that you can just hold in your hand or something, like it's just there in the booth, and then you can use that to.
And you can do video calls then, because it's a bigger pearl.
Yeah. There you go.
Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I am certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Why Alice? Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance.
Hida, cannot seriously. One does not lightly go to war with the Gallian Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible.
We could use a lake pearl.
Now, there's something that you might not know about, but we have a means of communication in your ear. It's called a link pearl. We could call him, or even just call some of the resistance fighters that we know, and just, yeah, there we go. It's crazy. That's a good idea, Papa Lim. It's a good idea. It's
Never
great.
thought
we
about
didn't think
that.
about it ourselves.
It's crazy.
Yeah. Very ingenious. Your years of experience may have made you quite wise. There's a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall. Secret passages dug by the resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo.
Which may equally serve as a way in.
Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm familiar with the route, and the resistance is familiar with me.
About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming with you. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal.
I love her facial expression.
You mean lack of it?
Yes, it's so good. She's like dead inside.
She is dead inside, actually. Like even the way she speaks.
Yeah, it's nice. I like it. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity.
4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Cry and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Leveliers?
I will return to the East Shroud. I stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worst, it would seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Light? Gridania will be safer for your presence, and while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, but I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on. Excuse me?
You just stay here. To hold the fort, you mean?
Isn't she meant to be more of the fighter?
She's literally a fighter. He's the books guy. She's a fighter.
Yeah,
he's the books.
Like we don't even know if she knows how to read. Okay, like she uses the book to swing around a sword. Okay, that's how she used the book, to swing swords. Okay, I don't know if she can read. Aye.
That's so fun, actually. But no, they're both known as prodigies, so they're both supposed to be smart.
Yeah, but maybe prodigies in different ways.
True.
It's like Goku. You know how Goku is like actually really smart?
No, Goku is not smart. Don't insult everybody's intelligence like that.
Alice is Goku.
She's
okay.
No, I would not insult Alice like that. She has a bit more in her. A little bit.
Prove it.
True. To hold the fort, you mean? Very well. I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you.
Like, isn't what she's doing what Tatar was meant to be doing?
Yeah, that's
right?
literally
Like,
Tatar's job. That's literally Tatar's job.
that's
I guess we
Tatar,
don't
like,
trust
why-
Tatar. I mean, Tatar is taking care of the resistance fighter, but I mean, look. Fucking Flamin could pass messages. I suspect Tatar would have little trouble facilitating communication between our forces under normal circumstances, but I concede she has her hands full nursing the resistant fighter back to health. No matter, my turn in the field will come.
I thought that's what Ishtola and Kryle were doing. Weren't they the ones healing her and keeping her in good health?
Exactly. I mean, kind of. Ishtola said she wants to do other things. I don't know.
Speak to Flamin.
She has nothing new. Okay, what about the other characters? Who first?
The rest of the NPCs don't have anything to say.
There's some at the entrance. The
yeah,
Papalimo.
okay. Papalimo. I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the resistance a little, but I am confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least.
Oh boy.
I'm a little bit envious that we're not going with this group, but I like the idea of them doing it themselves, and I like the idea of us seeing it via cutscenes. We don't have to be at every event. We don't have to do everything ourselves.
Yeah.
I hope that they do it themselves, or I hope that it's not like, oh, they need our help, and then we have to go and help them save
I hope something. I hope something else. I hope they do it themselves and they do a good job. Cause I want the characters for once to be competent.
Yeah. For sure.
Like it's like a thing where like we very rarely see the competence of the characters. So it's always like, oh, the Warrior of Light, she's gonna help us, you know. Now show us the characters being competent and show us the reason why they're here.
Yeah.
Also, the squealer is still there. It's a neat detail. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffin's fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it?
Peter Thancred. I'm no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Sharlayan homeland, learning how to move unseen. Between Ugiri and my humble self, Ida and Papalimo will be well protected. Ugiri.
My fellow shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more.
Sweet Taffy. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I will depart for the Hawthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of the Balsar's Wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. To the East Shroud. Okay, we'll step outside.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm running.
Okay, off it. Ah, Blight. There you are. Come.
Good luck.
Amory Sax's spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Ah, fancy meeting the two of you here. We were about to set forth. Indeed. I was about to say, 12th, watch over you. but I doubt you have need of divine intervention, even if you are venturing into enemy territory.
Don't worry, Alfino. We'll have the griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it.
Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? 'Twould be best to decide before we enter into negotiations.
Trust me, Papademo. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. That was a good reaction.
Trust me, I will shake.
That was an accurate reaction. He has given up.
I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? No.
Poor Grandpa Papademo.
I'll shake you.
Yes. I really start to feel bad for Papademo. He has given up.
Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. I'm curious if we actually can see it, because I was going to say that I didn't think I've seen it, if it is there. So I'm curious. Let's see.
I think we can.
Oh, we can look. There it is.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever noticed it.
Wait, was it not here? I think it wasn't here. Or did I just never look at it?
Yeah, that's what I mean. We never saw this.
No, not the gate. Like this front thing was not here. Definitely. Interesting.
But yeah, that's the wall, I guess. I think the wall is the wall behind it.
Yeah, the wall behind it, yeah.
Big...
This is new. I gotta look it up.
No, I'm just trying to see if it connects to what I'm thinking of.
Okay.
I think it does. Yeah, I think this area connects to, you know how in Eastern Thanalan? No, not in Eastern Thanalan. Nah, I don't know. Yeah, we can see it. You can see our... Look. Okay, I know that the Eddosian Alliance is meant to be lower tech and stuff, but I feel like we could have done better than whatever the hell this wall is, okay? Like, we have, like a couple centimeter thick, like wooden, stilts with holes between them here. Like, come on, guys. Like, I understand that it's meant to show the difference in power here between walls.
I think this is actually Garlean. I think this is their wall. I think this is just like metal fans in front of their thing. Yeah, because the lampposts are the same.
Okay.
Like, this is Garlean.
So do we just not have a wall?
No, we just don't. Just straight up don't.
We probably should have our own wall. We probably should wall this area off, just saying. I mean, that would just make sense. Instead of just a fucking tower. Like,
no, here's the wall. Do you see? Here's the wall. Move towards the edge. Like, look at the edge of the cliff. Of the cliff. There's like a wooden fence there. Look.
This
is our wall.
I see. This is the
you overestimated.
Okay.
This is our wall.
Okay. God damn it. Come on, guys. Can we not afford?
No.
It's not even a complete picketed fence. Like, there's just holes everywhere.
Yeah, if someone wants to fall down, it just falls down.
God damn. Aye. Okay. Okay. Maximilian. Out of all the watchtowers manned by the wood whalers in And God's Quiver, Amisax's spire is the newest. Cast your eyes to the south, you see that fortress? That's why we're here, to keep an eye on the comings and goings of the Empire Curse. Okay. Serpent Scout. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you are here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Hope you're not afraid of heights, Safina.
That would be so funny. Oh, this guy.
Yeah.
But he's not from here. Why is he here?
Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well.
I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say that what an honor it is to stand at your side.
'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in a common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall?
Oh wow, the
All's been
commander
quiet.
himself.
Never sail.
Oh, quiet, you say.
Report. They're using link pearls.
Yeah, they do.
Report. What? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out atop the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has.
And what's that supposed to mean?
The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors.
Impossible. We gave no such order.
Of course. The wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. And Ozia, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Light, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from this course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It'll be dangerous, aye. The confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin. If we can do that... Lady Hilda, might. I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the silence to safety.
Ha! I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm.
It would have been nice if there was a cabbage there.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
The guy just walks in. I like that they have all sorts of companies on them.
I like to believe that he's walking because if he didn't, he'd like topple over.
Yes.
Forward, comrades! This time, the time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to the suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Al Amigo will be free, no matter the cost. This just reminded me. Afino had a phrase earlier. I think it was like 2 cutscenes ago. Do you remember? It was when he had the meeting with everyone at the Signs of the Seventh Dawn at the start of the broadcast, where they were discussing like who was going to lead them, and he had a line where he was like, "It was not my intention." Like it was, he had the Balthasar line, the
such devastation. That was not my intention.
It's not my intention. I was like, oh, okay. Okay, Balthasar.
Balthasar, goddammit, you
Whatever his
giving
name
names to everyone. Gaius van Balthasar.
Yes, that's what I said.
Balthasar, yes.
Balthasar. Ah.
Also, I will say it's kind of jarring when like we went through like this like a nightly cutscene when there's like explosions and stuff. Suddenly it's sunshine.
It's been a day. It's the next morning.
Nice. The next morning we've just been sitting here watching it happen.
The scout. Sir, as per Marshal Tarupin's orders, we will provide a feint to cover your advance. May the crystal light your way ahead. Okay. Afino. From what Papadima told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straight ways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there were any other way. The time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Ah, it's a duty. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Ah, Balthasar's wall.
I just imagine all these people sneaking in and we just like walk straight up to the gate and just start climbing like, just get up.
Just start climbing the wall.
And like nobody, I mean, to be fair, probably nobody would be at the post on the wall because they are fighting indoors, right? Like inside of the wall. Hello, squirrel. Ah, it is a squirrel.
Marking the border between the Black Shard and Girabania, the legacy of Gaius van Balthasar is a towering monument to the imperial tyranny, and now smoke rises from its iron crenellations. In a bid to drag the armies of Adosia into the struggle for Alamigan liberation, the Griffin and his resistance fighters have disguised themselves in Grand Company uniforms and laid siege to Balthasar's wall. While Avino seeks to call your companions back from their now meaningless mission of diplomacy, you must ascend the war-torn fortification by the swiftest route possible, and persuade the Griffin, by force if necessary, to abandon his reckless ambition. Balthasar's wall.
The question is that the Griffin or is that the Griffin doppelganger kind of person?
That's a good... Yeah, we don't know.
Because if we just kill the copy, then that doesn't matter, right?
And what if they're both there? What if we fight both of them? Ah. See? Sokka, will you join us, Sokka? Will you join us on our mission?
Hold on. Find a place to stand.
Climb.
Okay, that's good enough. I just took a screenshot that I will use as a thumbnail. This is also
Yes.
Hold on, I need to get up on the rock too.
We must pose and take a photo
Hold on.
before we climb the wall.
Hold on. Oh, I can do this.
It's like Warrior of Light. Time is of the essence. No, we must pose.
Hold on. We have to climb the entire wall. We can take some time. This is actually a pretty good shot. Okay.
Of course. Nice. Okay.
That was instant.
And we have Sokka. Oh, we haven't seen those dogos before. It's a new model.
It is a new one. I mean, Gallians are supposed to be like a mix of all sorts of like races and nations. So
Yeah.
they should have stuff we haven't seen before.
Oh, we have Schoolgirl Tank.
Oh god.
Let's go.
Very, very Halloween schoolgirl. No, I'm just gonna leave songs to you.
We got a key.
Uh-oh, I'm being targeted. Someone help. I'm targeted by this one guy. Keeps running after me. I just realized.
Stop running!
I have to keep running or he's gonna kill me.
Tank's like chasing him who's chasing you to try to get aggro, and you just keep fucking running around in circles.
Because he hit me once and it took half my HP.
Shake my head. I get the key.
I get to run. Good.
god.
We have to figure out how to use songs when we are double barred.
This is 245. Fun fact, that's actually better than the gear that we got from the ballad, the bard's thing.
Okay. Is it an elevator? Oh,
This is treasure.
it's a horizontal elevator.
Ah. It's a conveyor belt.
Yes. Oh shit. It is a conveyor belt.
This is nice.
The conveyor belt thing is funny.
Yeah. It's nice.
What's next? Oops, hello. Ow. What's the present this time? Ow. I don't know what hurt more, the attack or my ears. Ow. Why is this so loud? Why is that one specific effect so loud? What the hell?
They're big robots.
Yeah, but nothing was this loud. That actually hurt my ears.
We can ride the belt.
Yes.
Motion tracking activated. You moved.
Oh, so you can't move.
Yeah, that's why I said motion tracking.
Yeah, but I don't know what that means.
It means it tracks your movement.
But put the thingy on all of us, so Kuro, it knows where we are.
Alright.
See, it hit me anyway. Now I can't escape. I didn't move that time.
Maybe you can only move a certain direction. I'm there.
Seriously?
Good job.
You know, the whole grid appeared, and then the next AoE was exactly where I was standing. I'm like, seriously?
We're outside. Look at the night sky. It's nice.
Yeah, it's nice. Oh, did we actually lose our tank for a moment? I didn't notice.
Yeah, they died in the middle of the fight.
Ah, okay.
It's okay, I made sure to heal up and survive.
I didn't. I just survived.
Well, I had aggro. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, 245. This is actually better than the initial Tombstone gear from Heavensward. Just putting things into context. I think this is actually the highest level item level gear that we're getting from a dungeon. Because I'm pretty sure the item level from the raid, from Dunscaith or whatever it's called, that's 240. This is 245.
Oh, I need to get them to the back. They're still chasing me.
He'll be fine. Don't worry about it. More treasure.
I'm just greeding on everything because I don't have time to look at it.
Yeah, it's fine.
We can farm it later.
Look, there's the griffin on his cape because he's a griffin.
The GIF is very JPEG though.
It is like very low res.
Compared to the rest of his outfit.
Oh! Oh, look, it's him. It's Ilbert.
Didn't we imprison
He ran away.
him or something?
No,
Oh,
he ran away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair. Makes sense.
No, but it makes sense that it would be him. Yeah.
Yeah,
makes
no,
sense.
yeah, does make
Yeah.
sense. The most unsurprising twist.
he takes off his mask and it's like, oh yeah.
Oh
remember
yeah,
him?
that guy.
Yeah.
How'd you like these?
What was
Look
the
away.
accent? Oh, good. Yeah, thank you for that.
Sloppy.
What is that accent?
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy.
So I need to know why some sounds are louder than others in this game.
Amigo!
Like nothing is as loud as these.
I have you now.
I'm just gonna stand here, I guess.
How'd you like these?
I just realized they're fighting.
I cannot move.
Yeah! Sloppy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You got you, sucker.
Yeah.
Oh, he's jumping again. Oh no! No, I'm not gonna make it! Ah!
Sloppy.
You did not make
I
it.
did not make it.
Yeah. I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy.
Don't have to call me out.
Amigo!
God damn it. NPC.
I have you now.
Oh. Oh, we made
Got
it.
it.
Oh. Soko, not you too.
I feel like Raoban should be here for this.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, he's like the most important character to this specific character, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like he's... Yeah.
Okay, what do we have here? Oh, he's still here. Didn't notice you next to this chest.
Like, this is the guy that, like... So, for those that are curious, guy was a part of the coup for Teleji Adaleji or whatever. He was the one that ended up cutting off Raoban's arm.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, he turned on him. They were like brothers.
Yeah,
were,
they
like,
used to
good
be
friends.
good friends, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they were both pit fighters as well. Like, he was also like the leader of the Flames. He was the commander.
Yeah, he was a commander in the Flames. And Raoban
Yeah.
trusted him fully, and then he turned everyone on him.
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of important that Raoban will be here for this.
But he also then kidnapped Raoban, and there was that whole
Yeah.
story. So I feel like Raoban has
Yeah.
had enough with him.
Yeah. I know, we're on top of the wall.
We are on top of the wall.
It's a big wall.
Suko just slapping him.
It's a big, it's huge. It's massive.
Parapet! It's called parapet! Do you know what that means in Polish?
What?
Windowsill.
Ah.
We're on the windowsill.
No movement, no actions at the time of the attack. Oh, no actions! Ah, I see. No actions either. Not just movement. Sloppy.
Yeah,
It's really weird dialogue.
it's a weird dialogue, but a few times he said it as I missed my dots. I was like, God damn it, NPC, don't call me out. I know they ran out.
enjoy the cutscene. Better have voice acting.
Mm-hmm.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things to come.
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea. They die that others may live.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Rhalgr, grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are.
As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ilbird, I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
Nidhogg's eyes! No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days!
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Tipsamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave!
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go! The further away, the better!
No! If you're staying, then so am I!
No, Ida! There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here, not like this! Take her! Please, you have to take her!
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Hilda! I think he means now!
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Why, hello.
Ah, we're back.
Yeah, we're back.
Ah.
Yeah. Okay.
What just happened?
So, going chronologically, I just want to point out that the guy who was not able to stand somersaulted onto a pillar before a fighter attacked him.
Yeah.
That was very realistic.
Yeah.
That really bothered me. Like, the content is its own thing, but that really bothered me. The guy could not stand, and he somersaulted away. Okay. Just saying.
Okay, so first things first, we spoke about how, like, if you remember, I think it was last time we played, if not even before that, we spoke about how, like, it would make the most sense if they tried to summon Valger, and which if you remember, is what we thought they were going to be doing initially, which is why we thought it was weird that they went to a middleman and they were having the Beast Tribe summon Ifrit. Do you recall how we thought it was weird? It was like, why are they summoning Ifrit?
Like they have their own primal.
Valger? Yeah, they have their own primal, and it feels like the Griffin and the Speaker, they were doing a good enough job at radicalizing them to actually come through with that. So the concept and the whole thing that's happening here, it didn't make sense to me because it felt a little bit unnecessary. Like, obviously he's meant to be crazy, but like it felt weird because I feel like they probably could have summoned the primal without this happening.
No, actually, I think this was the only way to summon Ralk, because as he said, like, the people were not willing to fight, but once they were already there, like, it's a reflex that they started praying. Because they were in the life-threatening situation. Well, they were dying.
Kind of. That was a line added after the fact. You could have written it to not be the case. Right?
You could have.
Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That here he explained that away by saying, oh, like, you know, the people of Alamigo. If you remember, he even said that they didn't even deserve to get Alamigo back, but because they like are so passive, and then because they haven't done enough and all this stuff.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, no, I don't remember. I'm very good at remembering things. I was gonna say, like, would they, like, assuming he would just like convince them verbally, would they even want to summon a primal, knowing what happens to people who summon the primal? Like, would people be committed?
If you remember, we spoke about it. I mean, you can write it in such a way where he radicalizes them enough to the point where they're too far gone and they just commit to that anyway, right? Like that. I feel like that's something that they could have done regardless. So the whole idea of him having them like despair and die to make it happen instead felt kind of weird. It felt a little bit unnecessary. It felt like it didn't need to happen this way, but sure, whatever. They did, I guess. I was so excited when he jumped and you hear the splat. Part of me was like, yo, do they have the balls to have him kill himself?
It's just the end.
Primal, and the primal isn't summoned. That would have been amazing.
And he just dies.
For a moment there.
And that's just the end of the quest line. He just dies.
Yeah. For a moment there, like, that would have been so much deeper as well, right?
Yes.
Like to
because,
like show like how crazy
how far gone he was.
Exactly. Like, that would have been perfect.
I would love that, actually. That would be a good story where like he was just plainly insane.
Yeah. That would have been like the that on top.
I will say though, the flash they did as he like hits the ground, that will haunt me. that was a jump scare. That thing will haunt me.
I don't know what you're
right before he hits the ground, they just flash his face like zoomed in and red, and like that was a jump scare.
Nah, that was nice. That was good. So part of me was really hoping that he would just die.
Yeah,
and that would be the end of it. Unfortunately, they had him. They had the plan work. Still, he died though. But still,
he didn't care
anyway. Yeah. So it wasn't as impactful as it could have been. When it comes to summoning the primal, I one or two things here. Is Papalymo dead? He died?
I think they implied that he died because that's what happened to Louis Swag, technically.
Yeah, so they're implying that he died. So on the one hand, I like the story beat of there being a situation where Papalymo has to step up, and he was, the #1 student, and then he does what Louis Swag did previously, and he steps in and he sacrifices himself.
Can I say because I don't know if this is what you're getting at. But exactly what you're saying, like they made a point that like, oh, he was the best student, he has to step up for himself. We learned all of that in this cinematic.
Yeah. So what I'm getting at, which is kind of about that, is if you remember, we were talking the entire time here about we need to spend more time with Papalymo and Ida because
that's what I mean.
They were not a part of the previous expansion at all. So we have to spend time with them because we don't know them right now, and we have to build them back up as characters. And if you want to kill Papalymo, that's fine. Kill him after we build him up.
Yes.
So then like there's more payoff to the death in the end.
Yes, because
and there's more growth for the characters and there's more meaning. And if this is where he dies, I'm fine with him dying, but it's too soon because we don't know him. We didn't spend any time with him. He came back and he died. Like,
like we were just talking about how in previous cinematic we were like, oh, like what is happening is kind of intriguing. It feels like just you were intrigued. Well, too bad, cut. Like,
yeah,
okay.
Like if this is when they choose to kill him and how they choose to kill him as well, this is a bad move. And this feels rushed. This feels very similar to what happened in the last expansion, where they got rid of Minfilia because they have too many characters and they don't know what to do with them and they don't know how to write them. So they got rid of Minfilia. And it feels like they're doing the same here. It feels like
this is weird. Like this is just straight up weird.
Yeah, it feels like they don't know what to do with the character. It feels like because again, the whole expansion they had a smaller cast. And because there are too many, there are too many Scions, and there's too many to write them all at once. If you remember, I was like, they should now spend the next expansion with the other half.
Yeah.
So we put some to the side, and then we just spend it with the other half instead.
Look. Because we've been talking about this a lot off stream. Because we've been. No spoilers in the chat. We've been watching One Piece, and we've been talking a lot about how the way One Piece does it, you have a big crew, but like each of them has a task. Each of them has their part in the story.
Yeah.
So you can do it with a crew, but like you have to like make sure that everybody like is a part of the story in some way.
Yeah, and something that Oda does well, or whatever like show you want to do, right? Whether it's like Star Trek, whatever, like a group ensemble, is that you spend time with some characters and then you spend time with other characters and you have them have their role and you give them their moments and you spend time with some, then with the others and with others. Here they spent an entire expansion without like the majority of the cast, which is a pretty extended period of time. And then probably not the best thing.
And then you reunited with them just so they can remove them.
Yeah, because like my interpretation here is that the writers felt like the cast was bloated and felt like they had to slim it down a little bit. That's my interpretation of them getting rid of Minfilia,
Minfilia had more problems than that. Because Minfilia wasn't very popular.
But then getting rid of Papalymo, I think Papalymo is an easy character to get rid of just because we have spent so little time with him. Same with Ida. They could have gotten rid of both of them or either one. In my brain, that would have made sense.
I would say Ida is less interesting than Papalymo.
Yeah, Ida is... Right now, she is less interesting. But because... especially if Papalymo dies here, she has potential for growth, right? Because you have that moment where, like, she's maybe a little bit more idealistic, she's maybe a little bit more radical, she's, if you remember for a while there, she was like, oh, we should help the Griffin, we should do all this stuff. And then you have the moment where, like, her closest friend dies because of, maybe some of her misguided feelings, and then she's gonna have a moment to, like, reflect and all that stuff.
I would almost argue that Papalymo was more than her friend. As in, like, he was kind of like her father figure.
No, yeah, for sure. So there is a reason to kill Papalymo here, and it's to benefit Ida, which is why I feel like it maybe would have been good to kill him off later, but for the same result. But again, we just didn't spend any time with him. Even in The Realm Reborn, we rarely spent time with him.
Yeah, because they were mostly on missions.
Yeah, and there's a lot of potential there for his character, and really fun interactions. You said it yourself. Like there was like some fun moments between Ida and Papalimo, and they could have fleshed that out. There could have been more there.
Well, I mean, it was not just a fun moment, but like also like as I mentioned in the previous cinematic, like it was interesting to have Papalimo's narration for things, and I was like, oh, maybe we will finally learn why Papalimo and Ida are so closely related. But I don't want it just relate from Ida. I want to see what they are about, not just hear a story about it, you know?
Yeah. This is all assuming that he's dead. If he isn't dead here, then that just cheapens whatever the hell we just saw.
Exactly.
So on the one hand, it's a bad thing that they killed him here and now this early on. It is just bad story writing. On the other hand, if they don't kill him here and if they had all this, yeah, it's also bad as well. It's bad if they kill him and it's bad if he's alive. It's bad both ways. Right? Yes. Right now, just because of how they wrote the story, so they fucked themselves.
Yeah.
they don't.
They don't know how to
write.
They wrote themselves into a corner here.
I like shaking my head.
But speaking of, what did you choose?
I chose to trust in him because I assumed the other option would lead to the same thing anyway.
What happened? Because I chose the other one. What happened?
Oh, okay. Yeah. We just turn around. We run to the ship. We jump on. I just assumed that was the correct choice. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I also thought that it's probably gonna be either the same result either way, but
yeah.
Roleplaying wise, I decided to stay, but not because I don't trust him, but because he himself wasn't sure if it's gonna work, and if it doesn't work, I'm the only person who can fight a primal, story wise. Like, we're the only ones with the power of the Echo, so we're the only people who can fight a primal. And B, I would like to see this for myself. I was not there when Carteno happened. I would like to see what it is actually about. And we know that I am safe from a primal, so I could just like hide somewhere and see like how things turn out. So that was my reasoning. He just shot me.
He what?
He shot me.
What? He like pulled out a gun?
No. He used like an energy bolt to like push me into the ship.
Okay. You deserve that.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I just turned around and ran because I trust in the Papalimo.
But I wanted to see what happens. God damn it. Let me see for once.
But yeah, so this was again like the scene itself is good, but it's just misplaced in the story. And we mentioned before how I was concerned about the topic that they're approaching in so little time, and this deserved more. The characters deserved more time as well. Yeah, this is disappointing if this is how Papalimo dies, and again, it's disappointing if this is how he continues to live as well. Because then, what was the point? What was the point of all this? It was an emotional climax that's meant to be the end of his character here.
Yeah, but there was no build-up.
Yeah, there was no build-up, but like it's gonna be worse if it's like, oh, he's fine. You know, we just bring him back, and this is just something he can do now. He can just steal all the primals.
And then we don't have to fight primals anymore because he just steals all of them.
Yeah, as long as Papalimo's in the party, he can just come around and he can just steal all the primals. True. Let's keep doing it.
But also, why did he have to steal the primal? I didn't quite understand that.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Like, technically, we could just kill the primal anyway.
Yeah, just like every other before that. But like, he's like, oh no, this is not a fight. You can fight. I'm like, why?
Yeah, like we don't know what was being summoned. All we know is it's Ralga, but also maybe like a hybrid between Ralga and like Nidhogg, because his eyes are also incorporated. So we don't know if that means that he's also going to come back in some way.
I guess they mean that he's like too powerful, but I mean.
Yeah, but how would they know?
Exactly.
We don't know what's going on.
I mean, we literally fought Bahamut. Just saying.
And you could also argue that because there's less people dying there, and because the only people that's praying are the people that are part of the resistance, like there's less ether and there's less like
that's arguable.
Crystal going towards.
Arguable. We don't know
compared
that.
Compared to Bahamut, 100% less ether, less crystals, less power because of that.
I mean, we don't know.
That's why the eyes of the Nidhogg.
Yeah, we don't know how much are the eyes worth. To be fair.
Yeah. But we already beat Nidhogg.
Yeah, that's what I mean. We beat Nidhogg, we beat Bahamut. Like, I just was not given enough reason to believe that I wouldn't be able to fight in this as well.
Yeah. Alright, let's go talk to Alfina.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, but I would say that like the scene itself was pretty good. And like I like the communication between Thancred and Papalimo. That was nice.
Yeah. Like again, like the scene was done well.
Yeah,
like,
the scene was nice.
Like it was done well. It's just misplaced. It just shouldn't have been there. Yeah. Too soon.
Mm-hmm.
How many more must we lose? Okay, you're giddy.
I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland, but I cannot condone such slaughter.
Also, the infiltration team went in like hours before, and somehow Alfino caught up to them.
Yes. He's very fast.
Alfino? Mr. Prim and Proper, who's
he ran on all four.
He caught up with them. Okay.
It's really good.
Okay. It has been explained to me what the light represents, and I have ordered our forces to stand ready. It seems we can do little else but wait. Hilda.
Every Ishgarian gets taught that the Sea of Clouds churns in the grip of the warring elements of water and wind. Enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell the tale. So how did the bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? Well...
Angry. Pablimo knew what he was doing. I could not refuse him. Okay, Ida. Oh, look, it's a ship.
Yeah, the ship is there.
I can't get on the ship.
It should be voice acted. Why?
Should be.
Why didn't he let me stay? Palermo is my friend. I should have been there with him.
You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louis Soin wore the same look, right before the end.
Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright? I know.
There's nothing more you could have done. Ilbert's caught us all off guard. Even Light was powerless to stop him. We beat him.
We literally beat him up. And then you let him go.
If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalimo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. He turned the wrong way, so we actually couldn't see her, because his eye on the left was actually covered.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You forgot.
He used the wrong side of his face.
Wrong side of his face. It's an emotional scene. What are you doing?
He used the wrong side of his face. He can't see her. He can't see.
Oh my god. Don't speak to me.
Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here.
Don't we need to like stand guard or something?
We probably should, yes.
It's not like the fight is over.
Also, sorry, I forgot to mention, because they showed the other two, like Ilbert's like left and right hand men.
Yes.
Yuhim?
I don't know. Yuhase?
That's it, Yuhase, yeah, the other one. I thought they were gonna blow themselves up when they were planting those things. I was like, oh, like are they just gonna like suicide here. And
No,
just,
no,
like,
no. I didn't think they were gonna suicide. I thought that they're gonna blow up them, basically.
Yeah. I thought they were using them as bait to blow them up.
Yeah.
But apparently not. Apparently, I guess those were meant to be like conduits to like gather ether to summon a primal.
I guess so.
I think that's what that was. But which I'm disappointed by. I was waiting for the explosion. I was...
What do you think about the Empire's war machines being spiders?
The spiders.
Oh, the
It's
advanced
kinda...
technology. It's spiders with blades.
Yeah, so like those spider robots are really common in Final Fantasy. I don't like it because they weren't established earlier, right? Like if they have like these like crazy like war machine like invincible robots, then they would have been at the Praetorium, right?
Yeah.
Like so I feel like they should have had more thematic robots that are similar to what we've already seen, instead of introducing something new that we haven't seen yet in Final Fantasy 14. So it was really jarring and really out of place.
Also, it was kind of funny because we just beat one of those robots.
Yeah. Instead, I was waiting because I thought what was going to happen where they're like, we've done it. We should have done this earlier. Like maybe I thought they were going to pan over to the horizon because like this is literally just like an outpost that they're fighting. And then you see like the fleet.
Yeah,
right?
the
like,
entire
fleet
army.
of like a legion showing up and it goes over them and they cast a shadow over them and then they drop down and then they fuck them up. I was hoping for that instead. The spider robots.
To be fair, I'll be honest, I don't even know if Empire itself is involved in this. As weird as that sounds. Like, it seems like in the end this is a very local thing.
It is. It doesn't feel very important. Like, it feels like, yeah. I don't know.
Like, not that it's not important, but like, I don't know if like the leaders of the Empire even know what happened.
Yeah, that's something that was missing here, is that there should have been like a commander. There should have been something that ties a little bit more to that leadership, right?
Yeah, like it looked like the only two like Empire soldiers that were there were the ones that were with Ilbert. There was no one else. Only machines.
We literally attacked the droid factory from Star Wars.
Yes, we literally attacked the droid factory. That is true.
Yes.
I mean, there were literally like conveyor belts there.
Yes, exactly. Is there any dialogue?
I don't know. Check.
I think there is. Well, actually, no. Wait. Leave her be. Nothing you can say will console her now. Hilda. It's same dialogue.
Okay, so maybe just have different dialogue.
Yeah, say that.
It's over, Papa Lemo. It's all over.
Alfino. It is plain that the recent events have shaken Alfino to the core. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. But Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I'll send word to Ishtola and the others of our imminent return. I disagree. As you mentioned, there was just an attack at the wall, so the likelihood of there being a retaliation counterattack, especially considering that the Alamigan Resistance were wearing the colors of the Grand Companies, like I feel like we should be here, right? Right?
Remember Link Pearls?
Remember Link Pearls? We could just call. Why doesn't Alice and the others come to us? Why do we have to go to
remember how we left Alice back at base, despite like against her will, just so she can like gather and process information. And then we're gonna bring it to her anyway. Because we're definitely not needed here in the middle of the battle. You know what? Maybe I changed my mind. Maybe you do need a leader. Maybe actually we do need a strategist.
Let's head inside.
Who do we talk to? Tataru? Is there anyone else here?
The others have the same dialogue, so
Okay.
Tataru.
Why does everyone look so green? Has something happened? Say something, for heaven's sake. Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, there you go. Go for it.
Would seem you bring ill tidings, brother.
Aye. Behind the griffin's mask, we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilbert. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual, even as we looked on.
Why the 12? I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive.
Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalimo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I've as yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind, aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions.
Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Krile, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measures of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? Without as much as by your leave?
Pray forgive Arkonistola, her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alice, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light.
Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalimo's sacrifice.
Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. Oh, so we're still fighting it anyway.
Yeah, so we're going back there.
Yeah. We're gonna go back and then we're gonna unlock a trial and then we're gonna do it. Okay.
This is why we have pink pearls. Alfie?
Alfie. My own grief is as a crushing weight upon my heart, and when I think of what Ida must be feeling, Papalimo's sacrifice cannot be in vain. Must find the means to deal with this primal. Also, hello, Kata, hello. That.
All I want to do is weep, but right now we need to hold back the tears and do what must be done.
And let's say. The interminable wait for news from Gridania seems to be taking its toll on Alice.
Mielikka. I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East remains largely unchanged. Meaning, we still have no idea how long it will be before... Communication from the Alliance. One moment. She has a link
remember
pearl.
link pearls?
You know, the same link pearl that we could have used. It's even probably going from that tower, literally where we were.
Done.
Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble.
They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Ishtola's last reports, the cocoon yet hung above the wall, unchanged.
Yes. But the Elder Cid Seer doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain so. I am told that Cid Garlon has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings.
A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better.
Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones to Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand.
Now is not the time.
It is not the time.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place, it is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay, Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes, you're in Eorzea?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port. Though, 'twould perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
Good gods, man. Are you all right? Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Hello, Kata. Hello.
Hello.
You look very
proper.
I was gonna say, yeah, very proper, but also semi-casual because your trench coat has a hoodie.
Yeah.
Look good.
But yeah, I will say my entire comment to this entire cinematic we just saw is exactly what you said. Now's not the time.
Now is not the time. I feel like that scene was very tone deaf.
It was extremely tone deaf.
Yeah, we literally just had the death of a character, and now they have like a what's meant to be like a silly
comic
scene
relief?
yeah, like a comic relief scene introducing like the next expansion. It's like it felt really jarring. It's not good. It's not good. It's
Yeah, it was actually extremely bad. I just said that was bad. It was just straight, but like it felt almost disgusting in a way. Like we literally have like this huge drama about the guy dying. It's like, hey, but have you seen this funny new character we made? I'm like, why?
Like this could very well become a fun character that we enjoy, but this is not how you introduce a new character. This is not how you segue away from the current story as well. This is not done too well. When it comes to the introduction of like the Domans or whatever whoever the next like expansion is going to be about.
Yeah, I mean, like they could, the very least they could have just, important character died, bring in the clown bus, basically.
Yeah.
But like they could have just made it like, oh, like somebody arrived at the port and just cut it at that, just like, you know, like a teaser, or like things are happening, you know. They have done that before. But instead they went full comedy.
Yeah, like you know what? It would have been fine if they had cuts when they showed his foot hit the pier.
Yeah,
if you remember, they do a zoom on his foot and they show that he's got like the sandals, right? That he looks like Gilgamesh, and that's it. That's it. You cut there.
Honestly,
cut there.
Honestly, you could even have that and then have cut it to Urianger, where Urianger is like, man, you're far away from... Like, that would be fine, because Urianger maybe recognizes who that is. That would be fine.
Yeah.
But, like, the whole, like clown scene is just...
Yeah. They should have kept it as, like, a nice, short, like, little teaser.
Yeah.
And just taken out any of the silly stuff, and that would have been much better, for sure.
Yeah, that's just... Because the thing is, my problem with this is... that not even like where it is in the story, but this is part of the same quest. This was not like, oh, like, you know, the quest line has ended and then like you take the next quest and it starts with this cinematic or something. No, like this is part of a quest where we just like, oh shit, the guy died, like everybody's mourning, and then it just hard cuts to that. So which means that it was planned to be viewed at the same time.
Yeah. Aye. Okay. Also, capybaras.
Capybaras. Hold on. Nobody move. I have to find it. Hold on.
You know, you could just type it in the search bar. There
is no search bar.
There is.
There's no search bar.
There is. There literally is.
Do I not have it? Oh shit! I opened like 10 different menus. Why would we make you do this?
There's a little search bar. What do you mean?
Made it.
Hey, there you go. Oh, the capybaras.
So tiny. Look at them, so tiny.
Beautiful.
So cute. They're like actual guinea pigs. Like, I'm pretty sure you can get a guinea pig this big. But then again, Sokos is not much bigger.
Let's go to the altar. Yeah, we assume that this is going to unlock a dungeon, but we'll see. Also, hello, Stan. Hello. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well today. We have been making progress in the story.
Yes.
It's been an
For
interesting
better or worse.
post-patch. Yeah. very, Very shaky post-patch so far.
Yeah.
But
Probably
we'll
one of
get
the
there.
worst, honestly. Like one of the worst quests we've seen so far. Like, as in, I don't mean specific, like even quest type, but like this, whole you know, Warriors of Darkness, then into this Alamigo thing.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
are
This whole
probably
section, yeah.
like this whole section is probably the worst writing we've seen so far. Like in terms of like execution. It's not even about
Yeah,
the story,
it's-
because the stories may even be interesting, but like they're just not executed well.
Yeah, it's all been very rushed. It's all been very rushed. It hasn't. The pacing has been lacking.
Welcome, Warrior of Light. This way, if you please.
Let's jump in. Hope you're both having fun. Yeah, yeah. Well, we're making progress.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light that formed in the air above the wall remains undimmed and unbroken. After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon Y'shtola has confirmed the presence of a primal entity.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon. Of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat.
Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
What in the hells are you doing here?
A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated.
Who is this man?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent.
What do you want, Nero?
I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend. As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanau since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I'm graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
Trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years, studying side by side at the Academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartanau while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word? As will I. I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartanau and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland, and supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Hello, Copa.
No.
Hello.
So remember how I said that I wanted to... I chose to stay with Papalemon because I wanted to see what happens if he fails? Like, as in, like, as a backup plan? Turns out I was right, because they just confirmed that he didn't, like, destroy the primal. No, he temporarily contained it, so it can get released at any point. Which means I would probably be useful staying there. Just saying.
We always knew that. I mean, his thing was meant to be a sealing spell,
Yeah,
not a killing spell.
but I thought it was supposed to be like a permanent seal, essentially. But they just said that like he just bought time, and we don't know how much time. So then again, it just makes more reason for me to stay there.
Kind of. I mean, I don't know if you could do anything, but sure.
I mean, that's who they call for all the other primals. So I'm better than nothing, I guess.
Sure. I really don't like that they're using the Omega. I think the biggest problem that I have with the post-quest line so far of Heavensward is that there were a bunch of loose ends of potential stories that could have been told, and it feels like they're just speed running through all of it and wrapping it all up here post-Heavensward. So they wrapped up the Warriors of Darkness, they wrapped up Little Al Amigo, and now they're wrapping up the Omega. I feel like the way that they've approached all three of these things has been a waste.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, oh shit, we have all of these.
No, it feels like a waste because there's no reason to. They could have just left them open, and they could have approached these subjects later on. They like in a later expansion. Like they didn't have to do anything with these. Or they could have devoted, instead of doing Warriors of Darkness, Little Alamigo, and the Omega, they could have just focused on one. They could have spent all of this time, all these quests on only one, instead of on like all these different stories over and over and over again before the lead up to the expansion. It feels weird that they made this decision. It feels like they just want to close these storylines. It feels like they just want to be done with it. Which is, yeah, I don't think it's a good approach.
Yeah, like the transition is just not very good.
Yeah.
Like it's just rushing.
Like, oh, remember the Omega? Okay, let's just use it and let's just be done with it. Oh, remember Little Alamigo? Okay, well, let's approach it. Let's just be done with it. Let's remember the words. And like, it's just they're just wrapping it all up.
It's like, what else do we have on the list?
Yeah, and it's weird. It's weird that they made that decision.
I agree.
Weird that they decided.
I agree what you said, that they should just focus on one. They should just focus on one.
Because there's no reason. Like, there's no reason to like use up these potential stories now. Like, there's actually no reason. Like, they can't just leave them and just could have done them later instead. Right.
Especially because the Warriors of Darkness and the Alamigo stuff don't directly connect to each other. Like both,
they don't.
Both are related to Ascians, but like Ascians have been a thing since the beginning of the game. So like,
they
could have just done it the next expansion, whatever.
Especially the Omega as well. Like I was looking forward to approaching the Omega stuff later, like and probably giving it time because it has potential for like an interesting story. Because as they're mentioning, like it's meant to be similar to like the Ultimate Weapon, so like it can be used like somewhere else. It feels like a waste to use it here and now, especially if the way that this storyline, if this quest ends with us using it and then like either we destroy it ourselves or it gets destroyed in the process or something, and they actually just get rid of it.
Yeah,
Nero confirms.
Or Nero once again becomes a traitor and uses it, and then we have to destroy it all.
Yeah, if it's destroyed or if it's used or if by the end of this quest line the Omega weapon is no longer a factor, that confirms that all the writers wanted to do was to remove this kind of this like story element from the game, that they introduced it and they didn't know what to do with it and they just want to get rid of it. So that's my big, and I'm pretty sure that's going to happen. That's what I'm leaning towards, and I hope it doesn't, because it's just a bad way to write the story. It's just, or I should say it makes the writers look directionless is the problem. It feels like instead of writing a story, they wrote a patch and then they had to start again and they wrote another patch and then they wrote another patch. It doesn't feel like they worked together to tell a whole like cohesive storyline. It felt like more insulated.
And I feel like that you could excuse that after Realm Reborn, but now we are after the first expansion, so they already had like this post-expansion kind of period, like so they already have experience in that. And I would argue that post-expansion of Realm Reborn was probably better.
It was better because it had like a story that it was telling, right? It had a narrative that was going through everything, right? It all came together. It all came together in one way or another, and it was better, 100% so far. But yeah, we'll see what happens. You know. Well, that was rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions. Not least among them, how Nero chanced to learn of the council meeting in the first place.
True.
He was hacking your link pearls.
Yes.
Afino is eager to join Sid and the others. Oh, we get a present. What?
Nice.
Okay. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alice is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off.
Oh, you're assuming we're using airships.
Ah, we can just... We're going to Madame Yan.
I haven't visited Mom for a long time.
But yeah, like the post quest line of Realm Reborn, if you remember, that was the introduction of Nidhogg, right? Or not, sorry, not Nidhogg, of Dalamud. It was the Bahamut.
The coils, yeah, it was the coils
yeah.
and Circus Tower.
Yeah, it was the Coil Circus Tower. It was
Like it had its own story from the beginning to end.
It was Dalamud as well. Like all that. That was good. It was good. Good. We're going downstairs.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Graha has become so popular even before he's...
Yeah.
I'm assuming returned because I've seen screenshots of him and shit.
Yeah. Like we've been spoiled that he returns in some way. Where is everyone?
Oh, they left you behind.
Lights, off you know. Ready to go? The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment. Lest you wonder, Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him?
Exactly.
Despite his very timely offer of assistance, the thought of the man poking about in the workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Afino. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yigiri are, well, here they are now.
Oh boy.
Right. I think that's everyone. Shall I set a course for Katana? Might I ask that we delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. What do you mean? They can just call us
They
while
have
we're there.
a link pearl. Literally, Alice used the link pearl in front of us.
They have link pearls. He's like, oh, I want to wait I want to wait for the pigeon, the carrier pigeon, to arrive, so we can hear.
So
like,
I cannot move because the pigeon will arrive right here, where I'm not living.
Exactly. The pigeons know where we're going. It's like, mate, we have link pearls. What are you talking about? It would seem wise to gain a as clear understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me.
Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it.
Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such a time as you would have finished procrastinating.
Oh, they're gonna hate each other so much.
All right. Well, Afinal speaks with his colleagues. I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. Mine apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Ishtola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I'm able. Lights, pray accompany Alice back to the Rising Stones. I shall feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guest. Right. Everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave.
Okay, can I point something out? Because remember how you said that you like how Yugiri is expressionless?
Uh-huh.
I just thought you must have really enjoyed where Alisa is like, yeah, you can kill him if you want, and Yugiri is like,
no, yeah,
yes,
yeah. As soon as she recommended that Yugiri join them to kill him, I was like, yeah, I like that. It's good.
But the response from Yugiri is like, sure.
Yeah.
There was no.
It's good.
She is dead inside.
Done.
Ah. We landed in the middle of nowhere, Sid. Why are we here?
What? Are you not speaking to the
I did. I already went through.
Okay, he just didn't. Okay.
She didn't have anything to say. She said, "Oh, Excelsior is this way." Okay.
Yeah. What manner of airship has no private cabins? Then again, I suppose Garland has to find somewhere to stow his half-baked inventions.
Oh.
Kitty?
I do not care for that man.
That's good.
I didn't ask. Strange though it may seem, Nero's former loyalties do not trouble me, but I can see why people are loath to lower their guard around him.
Well, it's quite a door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land her in the toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones, then?
So we have to just walk
traveling.
there.
Yeah, there's been a lot of traveling back and forth and back again between Mordona and Gridania.
Pray
Mordana,
return
and
to
Gridania.
Waking Sands.
Yes,
Pray return to
yes.
Waking Sands. Pray return.
I appreciate that Selko and Kata knew that we'd be back.
Yes.
They're like,
They're gonna
oh,
be
they have
here a while.
llamas. Or alpacas. They look like alpacas. Nice. Alright, that'll.
I know there's a guest here, but we don't exactly have the happiest history of the Empire, do we? So, my question to you is, do I offer him tea? You kidding?
Offer him like an underbrewed tea.
Underbrewed? What does that even mean?
Underbrewed.
You kidding?
Yeah.
Fear not. I shall keep a close eye on our new ally.
Yeah, let's say.
One was created to capture Bahamut and the other to surpass him. Which will prove stronger, I wonder.
We must be careful, old friend. The walking weapons of Alec were expressly designed to subdue primals. But men, like Gaius, will always seek to use them against mankind. It falls to us to ensure that Omega is never employed as a weapon of war. In the wrong hands, it'd be bad. Very elegant.
Wait, who's Gaius?
Gaius. No, Balthazar?
Yeah, but isn't he dead?
What did he say?
That men
Walking
like
weapons
Gaius will
are-
always seek to use them against mankind.
Huh.
But he cannot seek anything, he's dead. Confused.
Has no one told? Did no one tell Sid?
Maybe no one told him. Homie?
Kenir.
No, homie, there's still more people.
I already spoke to
Hey,
Nira.
what does homie have to say?
I'm in a cutscene.
Oh no. Hold on.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of magitech in sight. It never ceases to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in Magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Gosetsu! Why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
There is more. A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curse of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oath-bound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Are you done?
I mean, I reached the point with Tataru.
Okay.
But I want to say, the moment Tataru is like, I'll have you know we have the latest piece of technology, and
Yeah,
I could hear you
it's good.
screaming in the back of my head, League Burst!
That's not quite what I went. I like that she spoke him down. I liked it.
That was
I
funny.
like the introduction of the Brewmaster 2000. It's good.
Yes.
It's good. I'll have you know, I can brew the fuck out of some tea.
Yes.
Let's go.
That's good.
Good.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's her job.
Mm-hmm. I was mentioning. I think this is maybe one of the, at least in a long time, the longest piece of dialogue that Yukiri has had.
True.
It was okay. I didn't like how emotional the voice actor was. Specifically. I think the dialogue lines were fine for Yukiri, but I think there was too much emotion. I think there was too much emotion in the voice, or too much, maybe not emotion, but like just the way that she was speaking. I don't think it fit. I think it was hidden better because previously her lines were very short. But here, because her lines were longer, you got more exposed to how the voice actor is portraying the character.
I guess she was just very surprised.
Nah, I don't care. No, I want her. I want.
You want her
I want
dead
a
inside?
soulless. I want a soulless husk of a human being to be speaking to me. Okay, that's what I want. That's what I want out of Yukiri, and that's how they're presenting her as well when it comes to the written dialogue, which is why I'm emphasizing specifically the voice actor, because I think they're missing the character that they're trying to portray.
Well, I'll have you know, I'll continue playing her as a soulless husk.
Yes. Like I want like a Wednesday Addams.
I mean, yeah, no, that's literally what she is. That's also what I thought about. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I want her to be dead inside. I want her to like want. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. I want her to be cold. I want her to be emotionless. I want her to be blunt as well. That's also why I don't like that she spoke so much as well. I feel like you can convey the same message with less words, and just it would speak more volumes to her character as well.
Okay, are you ready?
I also thought that when he ran at her that he was gonna hug her.
I thought he was gonna jump on her.
Yeah, I would. You know what I would have liked if he ran at her, jumped at her to hug her, and then he crashes down and he missed, and she was able to sidestep in time or something. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I wanted.
Shaking it. So I was gonna say, are you ready for fashion?
True. I forgot about that. Also, the other thing I was gonna say, I think this is a better time to introduce Gogetsu.
Gosetsu.
Him. I think it's a better time to introduce him. It would have been better if, as I mentioned before, you had that like shorter scene, with him like stepping off, and there was no comedy there and whatever. And this is the first that you meet of him. I still don't like that he's here. I don't think he's necessary, but I understand why he's here.
He's very out of place, like in story-wise.
Yeah. Story-wise, I don't think he should be here, but it feels like this is probably the patch before Stormblood, and they're like, we need to introduce these characters.
We need to start this story.
Yes, we need to start the transition into the Doman Empire and into being more focused on Yugiri and into this, and we need to start it here. And it feels very late. And this is what I was mentioning before, how it feels like
they're rushing to the deadline.
It feels like the writers were lacking direction from the beginning of the post patch. They didn't know where they were going, so they were writing it from patch to patch to patch, and then they got to the end and they're like, "Oh fuck!"
Yeah,
we have like a fucking Japan like story that's coming up next, and we're stuck here, and we have to do something. So let's just interject this character because we need to make it make sense for a better transition. But again,
it's not a good transition.
Yeah, and this should have been done sooner. It should have been done sooner. or later, or it just should have been done in a different way, and could have been done in a different way if the entire post patch was written differently as well.
Yeah,
Like,
basically
it's
what
just-
you're saying is that the post patch did not have a one consistent plan from like start to finish. It was
didn't.
just
It
like,
didn't.
let's do something with these things. And it's like, oh shit, the next patch is here.
Yeah, I'm almost 100% certain of that. I'm willing to bet that this entire section of the story was written from patch to patch to patch, and maybe even had like different directors or different like writing directors for each thing, which is why it all like kind of fell apart, and it just didn't kind of weave from one into the other. It's also very possible as well. This often happens for some MMOs. Is that that some of the writers, because there's another expansion on the way, they get taken off of the writing team for the current expansion, and they get put on the writing team for the next expansion, and they're writing stories and they're writing dialogue, and they're just working on a different part of the game. That could have also happened here, but that's also still the fault of the writing director or whoever's in charge here. For still, like, even if you make the excuse like, oh, you know, they had priorities elsewhere, they had other people working on other things, that still is inexcusable that these people didn't work together. And
this is still the main story. Like, this is not a side content. This is the main story that every player that wants to continue the story has to go through.
Yeah.
This is not a side quest that you can optionally take.
Yeah. So this post patch has been very
rocky.
messy, but yeah. Anyway, yes, go ahead.
Mielikka, wait! Could I speak to you for a moment? Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? I'm still traumatized. Well, once we had your measurements, I set to work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here. You can try it on right now, if you like.
So the problem now as well with this, I'm curious what this is going to look like.
I'm so curious. I need to know. Oh my!
Okay.
That is not
It's
what I
very
had
modern.
in mind.
It's very modern. I got you some Jordans. I got you some Gucci. I got.
Right. We will need to. I am not triggered. Oh boy. Let's continue. Assuming we measured correctly, the fit should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So, how does it feel? I'm just gonna smile and nod.
Oh no.
You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. To have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in Blood Pearl charm to, you know, bring you home. May it always protect you. Thank you. Smile and nod. Smile and nod.
I'm curious what yours looks like now, because clearly it's not. No. Before we progress the quest, let's walk outside.
Okay, we're walking outside. I have not put it on yet, but I will. And I'm sure you look better in it. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm sure you look better. Because I'm sure yours is really good. Okay.
It looks good for mine. Hold on.
Hold on.
I'm getting there.
Okay, hold on. Is it in my inventory? Okay.
Hold on. Did it not come with gloves?
I guess not. And once you see it, you will know what I think.
What?
Do you now understand my problem?
What's the problem?
I have said this multiple times, on stream and off stream. I hate the Final Fantasy trope that girls need to wear short skirts with naked legs every time.
You look like you're going to school.
Yeah, exactly. I look like a schoolgirl.
You look like a schoolgirl. You do look like a schoolgirl. 100%.
I don't want to look like a schoolgirl. I'm an adventurer. I want working gear. I'm at work. I'm on Battlefield. I don't want to worry about somebody seeing my butt because my skirt is too short.
That's also my problem with this outfit as well, is that she said traveling gear.
Yes.
This looks very Ishgardian.
This is official.
This looks like casual Ishgardian wear or like semi-casual or like... Yeah, I mean, you could... Especially yours looks very schoolgirl. This is not like traveling clothes.
No, not at all.
This is not traveling clothes
This
at
is
clothes
not
at all.
traveling.
What is this?
Although I will say, let me zoom in. No, I was gonna like maybe the shoes are comfortable, but no, I'm looking at the shoes and like they look. Oh boy. No, I don't think this would be comfortable for travel. It would be good for a meeting, like if you were going to a meeting, like it would look pretty good.
Yeah, if you're going to like a board meeting or something, or like, if we were going, yeah. It's a weird choice. Now, what I was gonna say before we even saw the clothes, I thought it was really odd that we were getting a set of clothes, like quote unquote, like traveling wear at the end of the post patch.
Yes.
Leading into a new expansion that is completely different thematically.
Yeah,
right?
it would. No, it would make sense if we concluded whatever business we have here, and then oh, we're gonna go to Doma, and then Tataru's like, hold on, I have something for you, like before you go.
Yes. 100. That would have. That was what I was hoping. That would have been 100% better. Is if while we're on our adventure, like obviously Tataru had our sizes. If because somehow she was able to, especially because she's meant to be like more of an innkeeper, if she's able to find out that maybe the next adventure would be more related to Yugiri and to Doman, and I don't know, if somehow she was able to know that, and if she's able to end this post patch with giving us travel wear specifically for that region, that would have been beautiful. That would have been great. That would have been
and
useful.
even more so, like because we are going to a country that nobody has traveled to, and like she has Yugiri right there, she'll be like, oh, like so what is the clothing like in your country? Like maybe you should take this clothing so like you can actually like blend in with the people or something. Like that would make a lot of sense.
It would. It would have made more sense. It would have been like very wholesome as well, and it would have been more fitting. This, I don't know what she inspired from. Again, this feels very like Ishgardian, but also we're not in Ishgard anymore.
It doesn't even feel
so
Ishgardian. I wouldn't even say it feels Ishgardian.
The other thing Ishgard, it's just
too
it's
modern.
white and there's a tie.
It's just too modern for Ishgard.
It's Gucci. It's that it's like it's. I feel like I'm yeah. I don't know. It feels very out of place.
Yeah. Why not have the... Huh. I had another. Well, I guess this will have to do. There you go. I can look like a human being.
It's kind of fitting. Your pants are a little bit baggy.
I thought I misplaced the other. I had ones that would fit better for this, but I can't find them. I don't think I have them on me.
Yeah.
Look, it was this or this, so I made my choices.
The other one? Oh, okay. Yeah. Is that the Noctis pants?
Yes, those are Noctis pants.
Yeah.
But yeah, when you're traveling, typically you do not want to travel in miniskirt. There are some situations maybe you do, but typically it's not the most convenient of clothes.
All right, let's go back in. Let's
Let's
go back
I'm
in.
staying like that. That's how I'm doing the rest of the quest.
Ah, no.
Yeah.
Ah,
With the
no.
monocle and everything.
Ah, no.
Except I'm dancer, so it will be a bit awkward, but hey.
Not like this.
Okay, who do we talk to?
Alfie. Let's start with Tataru and go around.
Okay, Tataru. How dare he mock the Scions like that? If I ever had to sew a set of traveling clothes for him, I just might forget to take out the pins. Wow, she's mad.
Oh my god. You travel very fast in it because you are running fast away from dueling people. That's... Look, what I will say is that I'm hoping, even though this was disappointing, it's still very possible that what we just mentioned about that little making us close for the next expansion, that could still happen.
They should
That could still happen.
They should
It should. Especially because she has our measurements. Yeah, it should happen. If it doesn't happen, I don't know what the hell the writers of Final Fantasy
I don't think it does, but it should happen.
It should. It should happen. Okay. You're giddy.
Never did I think to hear Gosetsu's voice echo through these halls.
Okay, go ahead, so. My blade shall carve a path through the Empire's ranks, as a scythe fells stalks of wheat. Okay. Alice.
Truly, I had no idea Domas could be so loud. He and Yugiri could hardly be more different.
Exactly, that's why she needs to be dead inside. She needs to be literally the polar opposite of this guy. And that'd be like a perfect like yin and yang. But sit. Oh, I think he's going to fit right in. Okay, Nero. The Mark 14 thermal coil boil master. Dear me, how risible must risible? Excuse me.
He's got the raise.
God, God. Oh, God. Risible. Must the previous 13th iterations have been? I could design a more efficient water heater in the time it took that ill-conceived lump to become lukewarm. Have a boil off.
Boil off. That's so wrong. Alfie?
Alfie, no. Just the two unexpected guests. Just the two unexpected guests, then. Still, I suspect that each will prove useful in its own way. Alright, now let's go talk to the other people. Oh, look, there's Flamin. Speak to her.
I already did. I can still decline. Okay. I was released. Hoary Boulder and his companions left to continue reconnaissance on the Beast Tribes. They were adamant about shouldering what burdens they could, while the senior Scions were occupied with the cocoon emergency.
Tommy. The determination upon their faces. There is nothing more blinding than youth burning with purpose. Okay, guy.
I like how Homie doesn't react to the guy running in. Shouldn't he know him?
Maybe. Okay, Ida. Ida's eyes shine with rekindled determination.
So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start?
Ida, are you sure that's...
I can look at the monocle. Because I'm wearing the outfit with the monocle and all. I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alfino, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Ishtola and Kryl.
A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Katsuno Expedition Party. Nero and I will focus on rousing Omega. while Light, Ida, and our Doman friends take care of security. The Excelsior is by the lake just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. Where are Biggs and Wigs?
They're working. They have a company now. Like, Sid basically gave them the company, so he doesn't have to do it anymore.
Okay. I'm just saying. Could probably help. But sure.
Need some help with that.
I'll get to work. I'll get to work. SMH. Okay, Koopa, let's go.
Do we have to do any fighting? Because if not, I'm staying in this outfit.
We're probably gonna unlock the duty. It's most likely what's gonna happen.
Okay, I'm gonna take off the monocle because I can't take any cinematic seriously looking at the monocle.
I can't see. The monocle is obscuring my vision.
It is actually. Like I just panned over to the monocle and just started laughing.
Hey, kitty.
Kosetsu is an accomplished swordsman. Should it come to battle, he will prove a staunch ally. Would that I could say the same for Nero.
Forget so. Will this contraption truly bear us through the skies?
Your leader came here on a boat.
Here. Soon, Omega. Soon. I will see you rise again. Ada.
I was a bit lost for a while back there, but I'll be fine. Trust me. Alright, is it one of these?
We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Katano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner.
Oh god.
Once there, however, we had best be on our guard, given the Align Royale was still active when Omega was discovered. We can be sure that the Empire has long been aware of its existence, and if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by this new primal, it is not impossible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Oh, it's not.
It's a solo duty.
A trial?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Okay.
Let's see.
Okay. Okay.
See you on the other side, I guess.
I feel like this would have been a pretty good, trial or raid.
It would be.
Raid,
A raid,
especially.
yeah. A dungeon.
Yeah. Like a main scenario duty or something.
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something, engineer? Something big? It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
Of all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
God damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
I am Gosetsu, Samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
Let's see. Ready when you are, guys? I'm not a tank.
You watching, Papanimo? No retreat. No surrender.
With soul and steel.
It's all over now. Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
This one'll sting. An opening.
Tis my right to strike.
No holding back.
Is that it?
Are you up to the dialogue?
Yes.
Okay. We have you outnumbered. It does next.
Wouldn't be the first time. Oh, link pair. Hold on, I need to pick up. Hold on, guys. 1 second. I need to pick. This is important. I need to pick this up.
Hold on. I'm getting a call. Can you?
Quiet.
Excuse me, sir.
Quiet.
Excuse me,
I'm picking.
sir. Could you put down the hat? Hold 1 minute. 1 moment. 1 moment. Yeah. What's up? I'm in the middle of something right now. Can you?
Yes,
can you speak up?
sir, please. I'm talking.
Can you speak?
Can you speak? Can you be quieter? Okay. Okay.
I'll
I can't
put,
hear.
I'll put you on speaker.
Yeah, put you on speaker. Hold on.
Oh God.
You're having way too much fun with this. The Reapers are like the running joke of this game.
They are. Are you still playing with those soldiers? Suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back.
Okay, what toy do you have? Yeah. Is it the tank? Ah! You
it's
still have
Red
it.
Maggie.
Wait, I thought it was destroyed, wasn't it? Or was only the white one destroyed?
Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense.
The smile.
What the? No one told me they'd have magic armor. Forward. For the Empire.
You
just run away.
Yeah, he did just run away.
He ran the other
run
direction.
away.
The unless Kerr thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions. I was about to say, I think Gogetsu needs to kill the other guy here. Like
Why?
like this is his introduction, so he has to look impressive. Like
He hasn't so far.
That's what I mean.
He's literally chasing a guy running away. Oh, hold on, wait.
He needed to have soloed everyone.
Okay, what of the abilities do I have? I can use this, I guess? What does this do? Oh, okay, this is shooting.
Tis my right to strike.
That, okay. Oh, this is the big guns, okay. Okay.
No retreat. No surrender.
I have you.
Your defense is nothing.
With soul and steel.
It's all over now.
Leave this to me.
Look upon a samurai of Dama.
No holding back.
And opening.
Tis my right to strike.
You watching, Pabalero?
No retreat. No surrender.
This one'll sting.
Your defense is lacking.
With soul and steel.
It's all over now.
Leave this to me.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable! Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is, are we doing the right thing? What do I think? All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do!
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon. Papalimo's spell is fading. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
Are you done? Cutscenes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay.
Before you say anything, because I'm sure you have actual legit comments on this, I just love the idea that the Alagans knew. They were well aware that anybody who would want to launch such a big mech would love to have a big button to hit to launch it.
I hope that she was gonna like put on her fists and punch the button and like break it or something.
Yeah.
Kind of like but she didn't like it. She wanted her to attack the button.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
But like you have this like very advanced technology, and like they are literally not even touching any buttons. They are like using like their fingers to adjust it. But no, the launch button is this big button that you can hit. God damn it.
So, there's a couple of things. One, if you remember, my biggest concern coming into this, if you recall, was that they were going to be wrapping up the Omega storyline by just introducing it and then getting rid of it here and now in the post patch. So that was my biggest concern coming in. But something that was really there was an odd decision that was made here. If you remember. I don't know if you remember this. One of the most impactful moments in the story of the Realm Reborn was the fight scene when the Ultima weapon was first revealed and it 1v3'd. Do you remember that? Do you remember it 1v3'd Garuda, Titan, and Ifrit?
True.
Like it fucked them up. Like it was crazy. Like it showed up.
I think it broke Garuda's spine and stuff.
It did. It was visceral what happened in that fight between Ultima and the three primals. It was crazy. Like that was such a big moment in the story, especially because like again it's supposed to it killed them and it absorbed them, and it's meant to like build up, and it's meant to build up the quote unquote like character or the being that was the Ultima weapon, right? And eventually, of course, we fight in the Praetorium and we destroy it. But like it's building up like how menacing and how powerful this thing is. And now we introduce the Omega weapon, which is meant to be as powerful, if not stronger, than the Ultima weapon. And it has like a nice cinematic fight here with whatever the fuck it's fighting. We didn't even know what it's fighting.
To be fair,
but,
I think Omega is supposed to have a different purpose than Ultima.
No, the implication was that it was actually stronger than the Ultima.
Yeah,
weapon. That was.
Sure, I don't know. I got the sense that like it had different purpose. That like Ultima was more about like being the greatest weapon, and Omega was more about just containing the thing and doing something with it later.
I'm pretty sure they had a line in the story, not today, but previously, which stated that the Omega weapon was actually stronger than the Ultima weapon. I'm pretty sure there was that line. I'll have to look it up later, sure. But I'm pretty sure that line was stated. So for the fight to occur, and for there not to even to be an outcome either, and we didn't even know what he's fighting. Like, is it like a Nidhogg or Ralger hybrid? Is it just Ralger? Like, well, we don't know what the hell's going on. But yeah, I feel very dissatisfied with how that fight concluded. Considering like how extravagant cutscenes we had in A Realm Reborn, I would expect better in Heavensward. And you mentioned before, so far the post-patch in Heavensward has been worse than A Realm Reborn. And yeah, this cinematic was just dissatisfying. What happened? What's going on? Yeah. I'm disappointed.
I mean, it was still visually fancy, though.
It was, but there was no finale to it. They just ran away from each other. It's like, oh, okay. So it was like all like flash and no substance. I feel like what just happened? Nothing just happened. They like flooded the Black Shroud or something. I don't know.
I mean, I guess Ida said that the cocoon was destroyed, so I guess it implies that it released it, but it doesn't imply like
it was already released.
Yeah,
It was
exactly.
Yeah, it didn't matter. It actually just didn't matter. Like nothing happened. Okay. Speak to Sid.
So they made
Not
sure
sure
to...
why we.
Yeah. No, what did they want to say?
No, I was just speaking Sid's dialogue.
No, I was gonna say that like we also got the emphasis on the tattoo on Ida's thing disappearing, but don't all the other Scions also have that tattoo?
I think so. I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. Also, we have not gotten a new main scenario duty in Heavensward, right?
I don't know. I would not be able to remember.
We haven't, because whenever we run the main scenario, we never get anything from Heavensward.
That may be just depending on who's doing the duty roulettes, right?
I'm pretty sure that's the case, which is kind of weird.
Those died in
yeah, Kat is confirming. Yeah. I think my concern with that, like, I understand why they would remove it, but something that provided was story and was like these, you know, these more extravagant like cutscenes and stuff like that, and storytelling in general. I feel like that's now lacking.
Wait, what are you referring to specifically?
The main scenarios.
What is the main scenarios?
Like Praetorium and the Menagerie. Specifically those two. Like, I don't think we've had an equivalent in Heavensward. Have we?
I don't think so.
Like, obviously there's no we're confirming there's no main scenario, but like I'm talking about like a
the vault? I don't know.
I'm talking about like a big, like, quote unquote raid that progresses the story in a major way. Because yeah, we have like the side raid, the alliance raids of like, I don't know, like Alexander. That's like a side alliance raid.
I'm talking like the vault when we were storming the vault in Ishgard, I guess.
Yeah, but that's a duty though, isn't it? Isn't it like just a 5-player duty?
But it's part
I'm
of the
talking
main
about
story.
like something. It is. I'm referring to like a bigger, like the equivalent of like, I don't know, like the Crystal Tower, or yeah, the Praetorium, the Menagerie, like these like bigger story like event raids. We just yeah. I feel like this would be maybe a good time for Sweet Alphin. I came as soon as I heard the Excelsior. The Excelsior had been spotted on its approach. But yeah, I think you're right, Kuro. As in, the closest we got was the vault. Like that is the closest thing so far, I think. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened to for ourselves, and soon.
Now we got music.
Alfredo looks like he has news for us. I almost dread to ask. Alfredo has the look of a man with much to say.
How does that look?
Also, I mentioned before how that was meant to be the moment for Gogetsu to like get his moment, and they started off with it. If you recall, like that's why he ran after the guy by himself. He's like, you know, I'll take care of this and all that stuff, and he didn't even kill him. He just ran away.
Yeah.
So it's like, what?
And
what was
we
the
had
point
to
of
fight
that?
him in the end anyway.
Yeah, we had to fight him as well. Like I didn't want to have to fight him at all. I wanted that all to be for him because he's meant to be the new character, and he's meant to be looking impressive, and is meant to this is meant to be like his showcase, and they didn't do that, which is weird. It's weird that they chose to allow that character to leave and live and potentially come back later. It's weird. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos.
I have to see it. I have to see it with my own eyes.
Ida, wait! We must first... The Elder Seeds here is expecting us.
Worry not, Alfino. Gosetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend to your meeting.
My thanks, Uki. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear your testimony.
So honestly, I didn't expect Omega to be so easily functional, to put it that way. I thought this is gonna take time.
They're kind of saying that, like, obviously Dungeons and Trials replace them, but I don't think they did a good job replacing them, is what I'm saying. I think the best example of a replacement for main scenarios was the Vault. Like, the Vault was probably, again, as I mentioned, it was probably the best example of what they did to fill in that void. But I don't know if we got enough of that. I don't know if we got enough Vaults in Heavensward. I think another thing that I think another reason why I'm feeling a little bit dissatisfied with some of the storytelling is maybe because of what Alexander is, right? Like, Alexander is meant to be the Heavensward's equivalent of the Coils, right? And the Coils felt very much so connected to the main story, right? It did feel like straight up like a continuation, like a progression of the MSQ, going through Alessay, finding out more about Louis Soir, right? It's like just discovering more about like the events of the start of the game, and of course what happens to the continuation, right? The introduction of the Phoenix, like it all furthers the main story. The problem is that in Heavensward they had Alexander, which feels very much so like a side quest, right? It very much so feels like its own insulated and isolated, contained story that has nothing to do with what's happening with Nidhogg, what's happening with like the blue, what's it called, the blue spirit, the Azure Dragoon, what's happening here with little Amigo, with the rest, with the Empire. Like it is
It was
so
just a separate
disconnected.
story.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
So
don't get me, I enjoyed Alexander. Mostly I enjoyed the music in Alexander, but it was fun to play.
Yeah, but like narratively for the rest of Heavensward, like it's why I feel like it's lacking. Just because it's missing that additional content that could have otherwise furthered anything.
I guess once again it adds to what we were talking about before, that there was no direction in post patch. Post expansion.
Exactly. Because the people that worked on the story and the creation of Alexander, they had literally, again, like it would make sense for them to have just to be completely isolated and have no knowledge of what everyone else is working on when it comes to the greater story of Final Fantasy, right? It was completely contained. Which is kind of weird that they devoted like that entire raid to that.
Circus Tower was also contained.
True.
It was more similar to that.
Yeah, exactly. But that was just like Circus Tower was like a line of raids.
So was Alexander.
No, the Alexander was the coils, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Like Circus Tower was separate from that. It was different. So the equivalent to the Circus Tower, from my understanding, in Heavensward was Dunscaith, right? Like that's what that is. Like the Dunscaith was that equivalent, which is also self-contained. And so the third thing, but which is fine because that's meant to be like what the Circus Tower was, except with a less compelling story. Do you remember what Dunscaith was about?
No. What's Dunscaith?
It's didn't it have to do with the jester, right? Remember the demon? The demon came back? No?
Absolutely zero.
Okay. Right?
Show me a picture.
Hold on. Heavensward. yeah. Dunscaith. It was Dunscaith, the Void Ark, and the Weeping City of all that stuff.
I don't even remember that.
Remember the Void Ark? The Void Ark was the Sky Pirates. Remember the Sky Pirates?
Yeah, the Sky Pirates. Yeah, but are the Sky Pirates completely like optional?
Yeah, which is why they're like the Crystal Tower, the Circus Tower. It's all optional.
Circus Tower isn't optional.
True. Smoach. Dunscaith was when I said demon, it was Diabolos. Remember he came back. Remember?
Oh, that. Okay. Yeah, now I remember.
Yeah.
With the like demoness that didn't turn out to be any important and stuff.
Yeah. Didn't she die at the end?
Yeah, she did.
As in, I don't think we even killed her. Didn't he kill her?
Unceremoniously, she died.
Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah, I kinda do now.
Oh, yeah.
I blocked it out.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Just remember that A Realm Reborn through the end of Soulwalker is one big story. Yeah, that's not an excuse though, because
This is a problem.
Because we're approaching them expansion by expansion, and so far A Realm Reborn, at least post patch, has been better than Heavensward.
Yeah, like the expansions have their story arc, but like the post patch, the between expansion is missing their own like not even story, but like just cohesion. Like it's just squeezing in stories that are not related to each other. Okay, are we going in?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, let's talk to the Silent Conjurer.
Elder sits here, awaits you within. Oh, we have to actually walk. Hold on, I'm gonna walk. No, that takes too long. Okay, who do we talk to?
Okay. Aymeric. Had I not instructed you to throw Nidhogg's accursed eyes into the abyss, all this might have been avoided. I thought them beyond reach.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that was a questionable move, Aymeric. It's very questionable. Anyway. Go with.
Another calamity averted, eh? How many times now have you and yours hauled us back from the brink?
How about? It would seem Garland's little friend was as good as his word.
We'll see about that. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly we thank you for seeing it done.
You are too kind, Elder Seeds here. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try. But tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, aye, but we lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched. From our position in the control room, we were blind to all that followed.
What words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing, that much is certain. But I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Gir Albania.
The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen, and I hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight, until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamegan's soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each had landed a fatal blow upon the other.
While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the Prima's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of far eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such.
Wait.
Mhm.
Did that primal just fly to the next expansion? Is that what
It
just
did.
happened?
Yeah.
No shot.
Also, I want to say when I saw like the beams flying away, I thought this is like, you know, like Dragon Balls. They're just gonna spread across the.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it got ejected to the expansion.
Is that what's gonna bring us to the next expansion? It just in the cutscene it just flew over
Mhm.
to Stormblood.
Yes.
No.
It got yeeted to Stormblood.
No shot. Wait, does that mean there's no trial then? There's no dungeon? There's no duty?
I don't think there is. No.
What?
We see, but I don't think there is, unless we're gonna go and try to look for the body.
Is it your line?
Yes.
This
I'm
Shinryu's
waiting
fate.
for you.
Yeah, go on.
This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have alas no eyes on the Gir Albanian side of the border.
Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarupin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gridanian's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself would join the Marshal and his men with the council when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega's stasis system, So even if it has fallen into the Empire's lap, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they manage it at all.
Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns.
Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Girabania. Though Ilbert has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance, given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp.
Do we talk to her now?
Heinrich. This operation to take the wall will be Ishgard's first military action under Alliance banners. Though I have no appetite for bloodshed, a part of me is glad of the chance to begin reparations for our past inaction. Kanisena.
Pray accept my humblest and most earnest thanks once again, Warrior of Light. Had Shinryu been suffered to roam free, the Twelvewood would surely have been laid waste.
Ban. I go to oversee operations at Balsar's Wall. You have done your part. Leave us to handle the initial Imperial reprisal and rest while you may. Do you think that wall area is going to be the entrance to the next expansion?
No.
Because you know how for Ishgard the entrance was in Korthus? For the Ishgard?
Why would we... to be fair, Doma is under Empire.
Yeah, it is. It is in the Empire territory.
So it's possible.
As in, if Raban takes control of that wall, of that area, then that's like our... that's our way in, right? Yeah.
Could be.
David?
When the Primal emerged, I was for an instant transported back to Carteno, to the moment the Black Worm made an eighth hell on the battlefield. Gladly would I live out the rest of my days without seeing such a sight again.
I'd very much like to see this Shinryu creature for myself.
See?
If as seems likely, we put Omega into stasis after. What do they call it? Ah, yes. After Shinryu was defeated, we should have little to fear from either of them. Why are they calling it Shinryu? Shouldn't they be calling it... What's it called? The Alamigan Primal?
Ralg. I mean, as far as we know,
Ralg.
it's neither. It's neither Nidhogg nor Ralg.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be Shinryu because...
No, it's not Shinryu.
Because from our understanding, it's a combination of Nidhogg and Ralg.
Yeah.
So why are we calling it
Because
Shinryu?
she said, oh yeah, the Domas were like, oh, it's Shinryu. Or like, you know what? That's a good name. That was the explanation.
Is it a good name? I feel like Ralg or Nidhogg would be a better name.
That was the explanation.
I'm like, why are we calling it that? What?
Said that there's something in Doman legends that looks like that.
Sorry?
So she just took it. She just took it.
It was literally created by the prayers of the Alamigans. It feels for me, it feels disrespectful not to call it Ralg because that's what they get, that they gave their lives to summon.
Yeah. Look, we don't care about Alamigans.
Lives to summon Ralg, and then we're just calling it the wrong name.
Look,
like
I want to remind you that Alamigans are still living outside of Ul'dah, meanwhile Domans have a home. Just saying.
It feels wrong. Like it feels, It's like we're appropriating their deity. Actually,
Final Fantasy series lore also calls it Shinryu. There you go.
Yeah, that's crazy. It's like,
Look.
God, it's like a tribal people that we're here. They're like, we just summoned Ra, and we're like, nah, that's Jesus. They're like, no, we summoned the sun god. Nah, it's Jesus. What do you mean?
I mean...
It's what it is. It looks like Jesus. It's Jesus. What? Excuse me? That feels like what we're doing right now. Screw your culture. It looks like ours. We're just gonna claim it as our own. Is that okay? Okay.
Oh, you got the
Yeah,
raid.
Papi, yeah. Thank you so much, Sandra's Corner Cafe. Thank you for the raid.
That does sound
Hope
very
you had a
cozy.
good stream. It does. It does sound very cozy. I'm assuming you were streaming some Final Fantasy. Hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed yourselves. Welcome. If you were streaming Final Fantasy, I would say please no spoilers in the chats. We're playing through the MSQ for the first time. We're nearing the end of Heavensward, from our understanding. We're like in the post patch of Heavensward. So be careful. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Also, you are right on time for some ranting about Final Fantasy writing.
True.
There's been so much ranting in the past few streams.
We have. Aye. It's okay. We're done.
I mean, we still.
Did we speak to everyone?
Yeah, except for Alfie. I mean, we still enjoyed the game, but we have some opinions.
Yeah. It's been good.
Oh. They still playing.
Oh, I can't watch them on it. Oh, you're in Dragon Song. Oh, okay. My apologies.
Yeah, then we slightly further ahead, but not much.
Yes. Yeah. We are slightly further ahead than you. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you have been enjoying your experience so far. We had a pleasant experience with Heavensward, so I hope you are doing the same. And yes, look away because this is spoilers that we're about to engage.
Yes.
But take care. Enjoy. All right, off you. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest that we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Istol and the others have gathered at Sax's Spire, and I imagine that you too would be interested to see what has become of the wall now that the cocoon is gone. This is I mentioned earlier during the cutscene. It looked like suddenly they flooded the area.
Yeah.
like suddenly a sea appeared during the fight. It's like that.
Yeah, suddenly a dragon used water.
Yeah, the dragon used surf and it was super effective. And now everything is flooded.
No, that was literally surf. That is true. That was literally what surf looks like. Oh my god.
Aye.
But I'm explaining it to myself that it was actually a wave of ether. It was not water, even though it splashed.
I think we're gonna go there and everything's gonna be flooded, like unironically.
It's gonna be a river.
It is decided then. Lead on. Okay, let's go.
Another element episode over ether. Yeah. Welcome to the lore of this world. Also, we're not in party.
We are not in party. But there still might be a final dungeon or a final raid of us fighting to take over the wall. That would make sense. So there's still potentially one final duty for us.
Let's see.
Black mages don't literally throw ice cubes at people to soup ether. I mean, you say that.
You say that.
I'm pretty sure they can, like, if you have like a lukewarm like glass of water, they can like cool it up for you, right? Could they not like drop a couple of ice cubes inside and you're good to go?
I mean,
I feel like they can.
Look, I just want to point out that you're also a blue mage and you throw fish at people.
True. I do throw fish. I mean, I have a bag of fish. That's where they come from.
Okay.
Yeah.
When in that super, I mean, he's okay.
Cassetto. Only the curs of Garlemald would sully such beauty with that black iron monstrosity. Those animals respect nothing and no one.
Ida is there atop the spire. She has done naught but gaze silently at the wall for some time now.
No trace of the cocoon remains. 'Tis as if it never existed. Cryo?
Oh, thank the 12. After witnessing Omega's single-minded onslaught, I had visions of you being trapped between it and its target. Hardly the most rational concern, I concede, but if you had seen what I saw...
See if Ida's up top.
Yes. Jeez.
This is generic dialogue. Ida.
I'm glad we ran all the way here just for that.
Hubbard!
No.
Hubbard. I
But,
want to check.
Okay. Nothing's changed.
Okay. There could be now a sea of water on the other side of the wall, but we can't see anything here. Okay.
It's okay, he just used surf.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilbird's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She's up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
The light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
But there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old. My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the Mad King, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them. I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise. When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road, knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
Should we continue this and end the dialogue first, or should we talk?
Let's end the dialogue.
Okay.
Because he's commenting
okay.
on the event, so let's end the dialogue.
Okay. It was brave of Lys to remove her mask after so long, though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papanemo's loss. That one act might made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be there to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. And we have quite a story to tell Tataro and my sister. Are we about to get credits? No, shut! Oh, God. Okay. Oh, my God. Well, I like the song.
Yeah. Just weird place to finish, but sure.
Very weird place to finish. You're not wrong.
I guess it is kind of like to be continued kind of thing, but...
Kinda. This is why earlier Kata said earlier Kata said, remember that A Realm Reborn through to Endwalker is one big story arc.
Mhm.
That is the case after the fact. So I wholeheartedly disagree with that kind of statement, trying to say that that it's okay to kind of like to even not necessarily come to conclusions before you reach the end of Endwalker. I think it's very like we spoke about it earlier. I think especially with how this has ended, I think it is very clear. Like we've been speaking the entire time how the post patch felt very directionless, and it felt like the writers didn't have much cohesion when it came to the story that they were telling and how they glued everything together, how they formulated their story and the direction that they went in. I think especially at the end here, it is very clear that that is the case, and that is a shame. That's a big shame, because this all could have been handled so much better. What I'm referring to, Kuro, do you know what I'm about to? Could you hazard a guess as to what I'm going to talk about after what we just saw?
No, actually not.
It's about Ida.
I mean, I assume so.
If you remember, when they decided to kill off Papalimo, we spoke about how like the scene itself was done well, but because of how the post patch was handled, the build up to it was done poorly, and we didn't spend enough time with Papalimo. And my theory was that it looked like the writers that worked on Heavensward and the people that were working on the post patch, they didn't have any direction for Papalimo and Ida.
Mm-hmm.
So they wanted to kill off Papalimo to give Ida like an easy way to grow as a character and to face some kind of like, you know, horrendous like moments and to grow from there, right? So that they can do something with the character that they hadn't touched throughout the entire expansion. They went one step further. They basically killed off both characters.
Yeah, they killed both characters, literally.
Yes, because this is a retcon, and this confirms that they didn't know what to do with Papalimo or with Ida. They didn't know what to do with either of them. They had these characters that they didn't know how to write, so they killed one off and they completely rewrote the other.
I mean,
instead of having Ida grow.
They basically
they're just
killed
like, you know
Ida
what?
because
it's just
they
someone else.
they just said, "Oh, Ida is dead." So.
Yeah, and obviously like the character itself is like alive and you know it's like a different name. Now she's going to be going by a different name. Now she has a different visual look as well. It's basically like just introducing a new character.
I would say she also speaks differently.
Yeah, she does. I noticed that as well. She speaks differently. So, like, that also confirms our suspicions from earlier that they just didn't know what to do with these characters. They didn't know how to write them, and instead of working with what they had, they just had a clean slate. And I don't like that. I it feels lazy. It feels cheap. Especially because like we liked those characters. Like we wanted more interaction between them. We wanted more growth.
Like
Like
the
their
thing,
relationship seemed interesting.
like the whole exactly the relationship between them. See, that's exactly the point. It's not that like one character was interesting. The relationship was what made it interesting because they interacted in a very specific way that implied that there's more there to them. But now we just completely got rid of it. It's kind of related to what I said before, where like I want to learn about it, but I don't want to be told about it.
Exactly. Which is why we spoke earlier how like because of the direction of the post-patch, like we wasted time with the Warriors of Darkness. We did not spend enough time with Papalymo and Ida. Like killing off the character is fine, but as we mentioned before, like we needed better build up. We needed more scenes and more interactions between the characters first before killing off Papalymo and before heading in this direction. Like it all felt very rushed, and as I mentioned before, it feels like the people that worked on each individual patch of the post patch, they weren't necessarily communicating with the others.
They were not cooperating on it.
Yes, it felt like either completely different teams were working on them, or they were writing them in a poor way in such that they didn't know what the next patch was even going to be about. So they didn't know what was coming next.
Writing it patch to patch.
They just exactly. I think that feels quite clear here, which is why we've been so harsh on the post patch of Heavensward compared to A Realm Reborn. A Realm Reborn, I understand that there are issues with it, and I understand that it can be slower at times, and a lot of people have definitely expressed their disdain of A Realm Reborn. But narratively, I feel like
consistent.
It was post-patch specifically. For those that are maybe tuning in a little bit newer, we praised Heavensward MSQ, like the main story. I'm talking before the post-patch. We had a lot of praise for it, and we really enjoyed it. But it does feel like there was a pretty big disconnect between the main story and then what became of the post-patch as well. Like that was, like it was a very, there was a distinct drop when it came to quality there. That was noticeable. It was weird. It was odd, very odd.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like that because that's basically what it is. It's not that like the stories are bad. It's just that they were very disconnected from each other, and because of that, they had to be like squeezed in, and none of them had the time to be actually investigated.
Yeah. Which is disappointing. When it comes to what comes in Stormblood, I mean, clearly it looks like it looks like these two, the Omega and the Railsger. What's it called?
Shinryu.
Nah. What's the Alamegan Primal?
No,
what's the Alamegan Primal called?
Ralg.
It looks like Ralg and it looks like Omega. They flew over to the next expansion, so we're probably gonna meet them there. So we'll see what happens with those story beats at least, but with what we got here, it's disappointing.
My question still stays: why did Ida's tattoo disappear?
I think the implication was that Papalymo gave her that tattoo, right?
It was. No, she directly said it that he did it.
Yeah.
But why did it disappear?
Because I don't know.
Was connected
because he was already dead. Because the problem is that he was already dead, right? So like you'd think that when he initially died, then it would disappear. Then instead, it died when the seal was broken. For some reason, I don't know why. I guess the insinuation there is that.
Yeah, they're implying that he like transferred. Yeah, like he transferred his life force into the seal essentially.
Yeah, basically.
But at this point, is it even him anymore?
I mean, it was, I guess.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah.
We learned.
the implication.
He dead. Okay.
Yeah. This is Ether. So yeah, I think that was a really weird way to end the expansion, and just a really odd decision to end Ida's character as well. Because again, like,
because it almost like it started getting interesting. Like she actually started developing.
Yeah, and obviously, like, they're still going to use that character, and they can still work on her relationship with Papalimo. Obviously, that's still there, but it still feels like just.
It's not the same when you only have like one side of it, one side of the story essentially.
And again, I don't think, I'll be honest, I don't think they want to rely on that too much either. Like, to me, it feels like, again, like they basically just want to wipe the slate clean. They want to create a new character while using an old one as a bit of a crutch. And I think they want to move away from her relationship with Papalimo. They want to write their own story. I mean, they just introduced her father and her sister.
She literally just said that Ida is dead and I'm now gonna use my own name. So she literally decided to not be what she used to be.
Yeah. And this character can become a good character. It's just a shame how they wrote the character here and how they're starting to as well.
It's a shame how they treated the ones they already had.
Yes, it is. They did the same thing with, if you remember, they did the same thing with the Sultana. They did the same thing with Raban. They did the same thing with a lot of what was left over from A Realm Reborn. And I think that's just, I don't know if I want to say bad writing. It feels like very rigid writing. It feels like maybe they just, they were lacking some creativity, or lacking the drive to work with what was left behind, and it felt like they just wanted to do their own thing.
Honestly, what do you say makes where are my words going? But like, it's from how you describe it, it feels a lot like the writers of Realm Reborn are different to the writers here.
Yeah.
Where they were given these characters, like, we can't work with this, and just make up their own stuff.
Exactly. Which I'm pretty sure that is what happened. Is that basically the new team comes in, they were left this kind of foundation and they didn't like it. So instead of using it and being creative and being a little bit more malleable and more versatile with how they wanted to like redirect the characters in what they wanted to do, they kind of like just retconned and got rid of a bunch of stuff instead, just so that they can start clean themselves with what they want. And again, that just, it's just a really weird approach that they took.
Yeah, it would be more interesting to like write stories for the characters, even if the characters are not great. Then make them develop into more interesting.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said that it's like the lack of drive from them, right? That they would rather make their own characters than work with what was left over for whatever reason, right? Maybe like whether they don't like it, or whether they feel like because A Realm Reborn or because the previous iteration of the game was so unsuccessful that they want to distance themselves as much as they can from it, which I don't think is the best approach.
Apparently the story team has been the same, and I don't know. It doesn't seem like...
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it. Either that, or again, the writing director or the head writer had like their own thing. Yeah, I cannot. I would have to look into it. It's scary to look into it because I don't want to get spoiled, Kata. But I have a really hard time believing from A Realm Reborn to Heavensward that they had the same people. I'm talking not just writers, but even like head writers and like organizers working on it, because of how much they changed and because of how much they retconned. Like, no shot. Like, I have a really hard time believing that. Because they had to do so much course correcting between the two expansions. Like, you distinctly get the feeling that they regret some of the decisions that they made in A Realm Reborn, and they just want to like get rid of it or change it. Which is crazy.
Yeah, I mean, To be fair, they didn't know if the whole like reboot of Final Fantasy will work. Like maybe they thought that this would be like one and done, and then we'll see what happens. But even then, like you made this.
Yeah, that's
like I always say that as an artist, like as somebody who has created my own characters, I just don't see myself like not doing well by the characters I created. Like they're my creation.
That is the distinct feeling that I get, is that from patch to patch, the reason why there's so little cohesion between them is because they were very short-sighted, because they weren't necessarily thinking of like a greater picture or a grander story, because they didn't know if it would continue. I do get that kind of vibe from post-patch Heavensward, but that doesn't make it like acceptable, you know? Like it doesn't make it any better. Is what I should say. But I do get that feeling that was probably their mentality when they were writing it.
Every Final Fantasy game is the final. True.
True.
Jokes on the guy who made the first Final Fantasy. You know, that's why it's called that, right? Unless that's like an urban legend or something.
I don't know. But yeah, I'd be really curious to look up stuff like that. I don't know if that exists, but like more like behind the scenes, like investigation of what was happening in the creation of Heavensward, to hear and to see like if any of this was like based in reality here, where like we're like, yeah, like they wanted to move past it. They had these regrets from earlier as well. Like we spoke about Minfilia, that was another big thing. Like the Sultana. There's just so much. There's so much that was just retconned and just redirected. Yeah. As they've expanded the vision, well, our contention here, Kata, is that they had no vision at this point. There was no vision is the problem. They probably get one later, sure, but here it feels like there was no vision, or they
basically like there was no general plan for where the story would be going, and they were just kind of going with what they had. Like they were like writing, you know, for current events and not like for the future.
Yeah. But yeah, finished Heavensward.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, did we already get credits before? Is it?
It happened in The Realm Reborn as well, where there's two sets of credits.
Yeah.
You get the credits after you finish the main story, and then the credits after the patch.
Yeah, that's a long list of credits, I will say. That's only fair that we let it play, no matter if it will be 20 minutes or however long.
And also, just to quickly reiterate, even though the post patch was very disappointing, the main bulk of Heavensward we really did enjoy. It was really good, better than A Realm Reborn. We had a lot of positive things to say when it comes to the main story.
Yeah, it's specifically the post patch that was a bit more messy.
Yeah. For sure.
So Aistan, when are you playing? I see you in the chat a lot. Aistan, when are you joining us?
Crack open the Final Fantasies.
I mean, we're not that far ahead. You can do this probably in like 2 weeks when you actually play.
True. Unironically, we've spent like 5 years on this game, and you can catch up in 2 weeks.
I'm not even joking, as I did Realm Reborn in like 3 days. No, I think it was less than a week when I joined on my second, when I did on my second server. So you can totally catch up to us if you want to.
I think the main issue with post patches is they have to wrap up introducing the story beats in 40, 50 quests and doesn't feel like enough time sometimes. That is why we related it to the post patch of A Realm Reborn, and they did a much better job in A Realm Reborn when it came to the post patch.
Yeah, but
that's why earlier we were saying how there was a lot more.
You say that, but again, we were talking about it before, that like it felt like they introduced too many stories post-patch. Like it was already post the main story of Heavensward when they introduced a bunch of stories that didn't need to be there.
Yeah, like earlier we spoke about how instead of introducing 3 or 4 different things, which they did do in the post-patch with the Warriors of Darkness, with Little Alamigo, with the Omega, with bringing all of this with all of that, that's why we keep saying that it does feel directionless, because they could have focused on purely Little Alamigo and the Omega and all that stuff, and they could have focused the entirety of the post patch on that instead of jumping around. And
like in the end, like the Warriors of Darkness didn't matter at all to current events. For what we know right now.
Yeah, it was.
So they could have been
a waste
put
of
in there
time.
later.
Yeah. That could have been saved for later. That could have been saved for Stormblood, which is why we kept saying it was directionless, because like the from post patch to post patch to post patch, it just felt like it didn't flow well.
We have a fellow slow player.
We're just like you, Thunderbolt. Let's go. 2,500 hours in this game, and I'm only halfway through the next expansion. So much to do in this game. You aren't in a rush to play through the MSQ. We fully agree. we're on the same page, Fab. Again, we started playing this game 2020?
Yes.
We started playing this game in 2020. We just now finished Heavensward. We just got here. So we'll catch up with you in a couple of years.
Probably.
We'll catch up, man. We'll catch up.
I mean, to be fair, it doesn't help that we're also streaming, so that also makes the progression slower, because we have to actually like prepare proper production. You know, so, because if you just play in your own time, it's like whatever. Oh, I'm gonna play like 2 quests today, you know. But for stream, it's a bit more involved.
Yeah.
Because again, as I said, when I was playing on my own, like on my second account, obviously I didn't have to read everything because I already knew what happened. But I finished in like 4 days. So you can totally do it if you want to.
That's because you can just skip through a bunch of dialogue.
Yeah, if you already seen it.
Yeah. When it comes to some of the positive things about this post patch, because neither the Omega or Valgar was destroyed, like they can be used again, or they will be. They're going to be used later. Yeah, we didn't even get to fight them or anything, so they're going to be used later, which is a good thing, for sure. Also, now like delving into Yugiri, like I was gonna say earlier that I feel like we haven't spent enough time with the Domans and with Yugiri since they were introduced. Like it feels like there's a lot missing there, so shifting focus to her is probably a good thing.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
I
so
mean,
now we get some more of that backstory.
I don't know, I just feel like the Alamigo is constantly pushed back, because Alamigo has been a thing since the beginning of the game.
Yeah, that was also yeah.
Because it's not a new, because Domans were new, because Domans suddenly arrived and like we took them in. But Alamigo has been there since we were introduced to Eurasia.
Yeah, that's another big problem here with the post patch, is that once again we got like a little taste of like what's happening with Little Alamigo, but it was just the one duty and it was just the end of the post patch, so that's still left unsettled.
I feel,
and there was a lot of potential there to flesh out Ida and Papadimo.
I wouldn't be surprised if what ends up happening is that we're gonna have simultaneously Doman history and Alamigan history, and they're gonna relate to each other because they're both fighting against the Empire.
Yeah.
And we're gonna have to
probably
jump
what's
between
gonna
the two again.
Yeah. Which I wouldn't be opposed to. I mentioned
If it's
before
done
that
well.
yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it because I do think that what's happening with Ala Amigo and its liberation probably deserves its own expansion. Like it deserves like main story quest time. So if it's done well, I think it's probably going to be a good thing in Stormblood if we can focus on them back and forth. It's just a game. It's just a shame that we miss the opportunity to grow with and to spend more time with Papa Limo if we're now going to be focusing on little Ala Amigo, right?
Yeah, I guess we're just gonna hear stories from Liz.
Yeah.
Which again is not what I wanted, but hey.
What's her name? What?
Liz. Her name is Liz.
Liz. Okay. Yeah. There you go.
Not Lise. It's Liz. Also, they never explain why she was wearing the mask. As in, like, not why she specifically, but what was the purpose of the mask? Originally.
Well, it sounded like she wore it one to hide herself to pretend to be a sister.
No, but I mean, why her sister wore it?
Oh. I don't know if that needs a story. It's just her sister's mask.
Yeah, but just why?
I don't know. Maybe she was blind. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, Ida clearly wasn't blind.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know if we need a story of that. Maybe we'll get it, maybe
story
not.
probably not, but like it's just a weird thing to have on your eyes when you're a fighter.
You say that, but I'm pretty sure we've encountered NPCs that also do the same thing.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's still weird.
It's just a thing. Just protects the eyes.
Yeah, but you can't see.
Well, no, there are holes in it, so you can see.
Yeah, barely.
It's like old school eye protectors, you know? Safety
Sure,
first.
I guess. Also, I didn't quite get it. So her father died when she was how old?
I don't know. She was young.
Because she said that the Empire attacked when she was like 4.
Yeah. So her father died first, and then her sister died during the Calamity, I believe.
I don't know about that. She said 6
Didn't
years
she
ago.
say that her...
Not during the Calamity. She said 6 years ago.
Oh, okay. But her sister was like a part of
she died because she was trying to get refugees out of Alamigo.
Yeah, there you go.
But what I meant more because like I didn't get if her father died in the initial attack or if it was like much later. I didn't quite catch that.
I mean, we're probably gonna find out more.
Yeah, I assume so. I mean, I'm not gonna say anything, but I got some spoilers from, funny thing, from the store. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, we have post-credit scene?
No.
No?
But we can talk to people.
No?
Who do we talk to? Oh, the people are back.
Let's speak to Homie.
There's no Homie.
Oh, he's back!
Where's Homie? Oh,
it's right next to the entrance.
Damn it. Why did they move? Okay, Homie.
They wanted some privacy. Back in the Far East, we treat back pain with a long soak in a hot spring. What say you to a short journey, Isildur? I'm told the waters at Camp Bronze Lake are famous for their healing properties. Oh, we can give you a massage.
Oh, we can oil you up.
Oh, no.
We have experience.
At last, I was able to rise from my sickbed. But the pain when I tried to take up my axe. What a sad old man I have become.
FME?
Okay,
Okay, now first.
You should have seen the look on Tataru's face when I recounted Lisa's... I realized in retrospect that I should perhaps have waited for you to return. I also told Alice. Apologies.
God damn it, Alfie.
Okay, Tataru.
Where's Tataru? Where do you see all these people?
It's right there, right next to the entrance, opposite to where the old man was.
Oh, there. God damn. They're all hiding. Did you know about it? I mean, Liz? I have no idea. We only met after the calamity and her sister must have already been... Well, you know.
Yeah. Things are heating up in Alamigo, but we can't afford to lose track of the trouble what might be brewing in the rest of the realm. Don't you worry, though. I'll be keeping an ear to the ground, my nose in the air, and an eye on the horizon.
At the same time?
An eye.
Impressive.
Yes. Femi? I don't know who this is.
Lady Flaming? I sent her outside to enjoy a quiet cup of tea. Much has happened these past moons, and we all can use a rest now and then. Okay, we have a competition. What is going on here?
Let's go! Continent. Though it might be simpler to surrender to despair, I've chosen to resume my studies in the arcane. I received much wisdom from Papalimo, and would put his advice into practice. That's nice.
He's the only one reasonable. My sister has the most curious ideas about courtship.
Oh, boy. Okay. Archer. Oh, a fine showing, brother. But you have yet to outpace Aenor. Okay, let's go to Aenor.
I made a fool of myself on our last mission, but I will show him what I'm made of. Come on now, hurry. Is that the best you've got?
Should the Archons be called awry to Girabania, it would fail us. It would fall to us to deal with the Scion's usual obligations, and thus we must remain in peak condition.
Peak condition.
Let's go.
Let's squat. Yes. Let's squat. Okay. I'm done. I'm good.
Alice.
You may have mentioned, but Alfino has apprised me of all that came to pass in Gridania. Your only task is now to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Liz has chosen her path, and as friends we must do what we can to support her choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Gir Albania, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence, correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamigans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather expect to you. Oh.
Quick march. The Imperials will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retribution. And I would like to have a duty where we're part of this, just saying, but okay. Like it feels like a really important moment. You know, like Rauban's here, his son's here, right? Like, it'd be cool to be a part of this, just saying. It's almost time, Father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the Bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. This is what I wanted earlier. He's gonna think about Ilbert, right? Very well, Ilbert. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. We got something. I appreciate it.
And it is as you said, they are opening the way.
Yeah. Again, that felt clear. Remember the Empire?
Remember the Empire.
My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Baelsar's wall has fallen to the Erosian Alliance. Imperial, okay. The hunt for Omega and the unknown Icon continues. They both yet elude us, my lord. My lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary construction work? My God, what's wrong with your face?
The mask.
Oh my... Is he asleep?
Yes.
Is he like with his eyes closed behind the mask?
He is asleep. 100%.
Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend... Your will be done.
Your will be.
Your will be done.
He is asleep.
There was like emphasis on the your for some reason.
No, it was an emphasis on the whole thing.
Okay. Unknown? My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting.
Shot.
Alright, that was the other thing. When they revealed, at the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. There better be a blood storm in Stormblood. Just saying. But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, when Ida took off her mask and took off her hat and then suddenly hair.
I mean, she had it tucked in.
She had a lot of hair tucked in. Like it was like, what the hell?
I can do it.
Suddenly Rapunzel, like hair just all over the
No,
ground.
I can do it.
Like,
I
okay.
think she hair wasn't longer than mine. And I think I could pull it off. It wouldn't be very comfortable, but I could pull it off.
It added to the idea that they wanted like a completely like change of character model as well. That they just wanted to just change visually how the character looked like completely. It's like, okay. Okay. I see.
Okay, we should probably not take that quest, right?
Why not?
Because that will be the start of the expansion, right?
I think we can.
Okay.
I don't think the expansion has started yet.
No, we just got the intro. That was the intro.
Is that the intro?
Yeah, the text is the intro, I'm pretty sure, because we also got the Heavensward text. We got the Heavensward text when we were walking through the bridge to Ishgard, if you remember.
Then shouldn't we get the Stormblood text when we're walking through the wall?
We should, but we
didn't. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I... Yeah. Yeah? Okay. You know what? Fine. Okay, this is a nice place to stop. Next time we'll play, we'll get into Stormblood.
Yes. So
yeah,
we're gonna talk to everyone then. I guess only Alice. I don't think
they have the same dialogue.
Alice has different thing, I think. But that's all.
Yeah. Say what Alice is saying.
If all proceeds to plan, we should soon be receiving word that Alliance forces have secured Belsar's wall. Until then, however, we can but ensure we are ready to move the moment we hear the news. So yeah, that does sound like a good place to stop, because basically they told us, like, get some rest when we have the news. You can jump into action.
Yeah. Now I'm armed with pizza for the start of Stormblood. Remember the Roman Empire from Tamil? Ah.
Yes.
I'm jealous you have pizza, Kat.
Same, I'm
Sounds
hungry.
amazing.
We've been streaming today for, wait for it, 6 hours.
6 hours?
We did this for 6 hours.
Jeez.
I had
We did like
plans
2 quests. What did we... There was a lot of travel back and forth between Gridania and the Rising Stones. Like, there was a lot of that. What did we do today?
I don't know.
We did a dungeon. Yeah, we did the one dungeon, and then we unlocked the Omega.
Yeah.
There you go.
We also did the solo thing when we were fighting.
Yeah. All right, let's step out.
Okay.
Are there any side quests?
Oh no.
Ah.
We did sloppy, true. We did.
Oh yeah, we did do sloppy. True. I'm very I'm very anxious about no quests. I'm very anxious about Stormblood. I've heard mixed things about it, is what I will say. Very mixed things. I hope it's good.
Yeah, can only hope that it's good. And I mean, we finished an expansion. Aren't you proud of us?
We did. Finish an expansion. We made progress. Tomorrow, no, not tomorrow. Next time, Stormblood.
Yes.
Next time.
Next time we will be starting Stormblood.
Our next stream should be next week. Most likely next week. So tomorrow we're going to be casting the StarCraft Evolution League. Day after is Sparkling Tuna Cup. Day after is Woody TV. Tuesday is currently free. I say that I'm most likely there's going to be like a Stego Monday Cup. Like that's probably going to happen. So it's probably going to be that. But next Wednesday and next Friday we have open. So most likely that'll be the next time we can stream. Most likely.
Figure it out.
Maybe tomorrow, depends. Like before StarCraft Evolution League, we might be able to play a little bit, maybe.
But just a little bit, because I mean we went for 6 hours today, so we would have to be careful.
True. It was 6 hours. I feel like 3 hours of that was like ranting.
I mean, yes.
I feel like
Not
that's what
drunk.
happened.
But this was probably our longest Final Fantasy stream, honestly.
I think we've had like 6 hour streams before.
Okay, no, maybe we did
Like
6
early
hours.
on.
Yeah, early on.
Yeah.
But I feel like it was mostly 4.
Maybe. But yeah, with that, thank you so much everyone for tuning in. Thanks so much for watching. Thank you so much for the raid earlier from Sandra.
I'm
you
so
so
saying your character passed out after being active for 6 hours. Sounds just like me.
Ah, no.
Hold on. I didn't notice. Hold on. I need to fit in with the crowd. Hold on, I'm on it.
Oh, wait, do you have a quest here?
Where?
Outside. In the middle of the Rising Stones. There's a quest.
Beyond the Great Wall. Primal Focus.
Never mind.
No.
It's a Red Mage quest.
Okay. There, I fixed it.
Oh my god. Oh god. I get to work.
We're having a sleepover. Everybody got their best PGs.
Uh-huh. Time to go to bed.
It is time to
go to bed. But yeah, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We appreciate it. And we'll be back next time. We'll be back next week. We usually do cast StarCraft. We cast StarCraft Esports over on the Cranky Ducklings on our other channel. Here on this channel, at least on Live VIP, I do some like ladder sessions for StarCraft or Final Fantasy 14. But our Final Fantasy streams are very sparse, scarce even. Just because we focus mainly on casting and creating other content. It's only in our free time that we're able to play some Final Fantasy. And looking at our calendar, our next kind of free day should be Wednesday and Friday. So next week, Friday and Wednesday.
So if I have time, I will eventually play some other games on my channel as well. Because again, I have a whole list of games I have to go through and I have not started. So I will get to that eventually. But other than that, make sure to join our Discord because Light and me have a common Discord. The two of us have our Discord. That's where we share our Final Fantasy stuff. So if you're interested in discussing that or in screenshots and have whatnot, then make sure to join the Discord.
Yes, make sure to join.
Soko is there as well, and Kata is there as well.
Yes, they are there to look after us.
Yes.
In Final Fantasy.
Come on Discord?
I'm
No,
just
it's
looking
unique.
for-
I realized. Yes, Kata posts pictures of Matthew Mercer. True. Can confirm.
True. I'm trying to find someone to rate, but
Can
there's a lot of other
confirm.
language streams. And I can't find anyone. I need help.
I
I want to find like another like MSQ progression stream.
Okay. I'm scared to click on the Final Fantasy category because someone will have spoilers.
Yeah. A lot of them are like progressing elsewhere.
Yeah, so I don't want to go into that. Join today. I provide free pajama pics of. God damn it. Yeah, if anybody wants pics of Matthew Mercer in his pajamas, then make sure to join our Discord. It's not what you think. Oh my god.
Oh, I think I found someone.
Oh.
Yeah, someone's doing Heavensward patch 2.2 and 2.3, which is what we kind of just finished. There you go. Okay. Yeah, with that, thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks for the support. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. Hasta luego. Ciao.